Blessed evening.
All right.
Good night.
Good
morning. Good afternoon.
Words,
This is
words,
the Titans. We are the Titans.
words.
Come and move them up and jerk them up, you know. And
Yeah.
to extra at I open up. When I eat already, you know, when I move about the food and them things, like what we are beat. When I beat ancestors, I'm aware dropping and then, you know, we are melting pot and make them up too, you know. And by but I'm aware of things, be a stage and all kind of things around here. Right? And you only see that disgrace. Remember us open it with that? Yes? The coke container with chicken. The chicken coke container. Because of that, them are hide. Now, me say today, the JD front out, Coast Guard, and them come make a mess up with them attack. Them go muddy the water more. Them muddy the water more. So we have to start from that and beat them and go down. And Andrew, remember, you can't leave out of this. You know? Yes. Because remember, it's a goddamn disgrace. You must not be on the ballot. Me see you still a walk, I got some little water pump. I don't know what that you do. Yeah? It's a disgrace. You know, listen, the man in statutory declaration and not can certify 4 years in a row. 4 consecutive years. And this guy still oppose up. Carry the IC, go and cut. And by the way, the new IC chairperson, yes, she want to make Jamaica a corrupted free country, you know. So we understand with her from she said that from Mrs. Shah move the right way. That is vibes. Yeah, yeah, man. She said she want to do that. She not in foolishness.
I love our vibes because I mean she coming in new. Obviously, some immediate changes. And one of the things that I love about her, right? I realized that the corruption prosecutor, they had informed her not even to bother to apply for the job, to reapply for the job. And to me, that's a great sentiment, right? And justice towards giving Jamaican people justice. Good, it looked good.
She somebody reapply for it, that good.
Yeah, man.
Yet.
Lonesome, the current corruption prosecutor,
yes,
right, being informed in clear terms not to reapply.
That's not great, man.
Exactly.
Because she corrupted, you know. She forgot away, you know.
That is a vote of no confidence.
And now you see that melting pot because you are going now. Them telling her not to consider no form of reapplication. I tell her, I said, listen, man, you're corrupted.
Yes.
They're not going to come out and say it, but you understand?
Yeah, yes.
That, you understand? Because if I have the job and I have been doing a solid performance, they would happy for, you understand, an
extension. Yeah.
But when the company can tell me, listen, your tenure is going to up, don't reapply. It's an embarrassment.
Yeah, man. A vote of no confidence. And I mean, you know, we like the way we see Jamaica, you know, slowly but surely integrating themselves as a good society. We see some changes, and I mean, we have to acknowledge it. 1 and 2, but there are so much more that need to be done. But we will endorse the good ones and that we see as it occur, you know. So this is a good sign because corruption, you know, we have to stamp that out. That is why Jamaica is where it is today, because of high level of corruption. So I endorse, you know, what she said in her opening comments that, you know, she will not tolerate any form of corruption. So we are looking to see if she will, you know, stick to her principle and, you know, how well she will serve in that capacity. Yeah, my brother.
You know, remember, all judges, like, I'm afraid the one will leave in a judge. I mean, look, they say, them more, when them swear in and take an oath, them more want to serve the constitution and serve that. Them not serve no prime minister, nobody. Them not serve them because judge, you know, for balance. And if you're going for some the job what she get now, you know, if a corruption, even if a mother corrupt, you have to deal with it. If your mother come that way, you can't pass it. I don't take the job.
Well, fam, that is one of the reasons why Andrew will cost so much bad with you now.
You might cost hard, man. The man turn out.
I hear Manley. I hear Manley a barrage
What?
up a Belmont Road party headquarters. But it's not surprising. Remember Andrew and nobody, you know. This is just him signature stamp. You understand? So I mean, what there is to be expected.
Right. Rose that he do she Hamilton, she not feel good about it because she not even her father. So this guy is across. We could start the show. Come back, hammer them now. We are hammer you, Andrew. We have to nail you. Hammer you. All right, start the show. Titans, no two about it. 1 a.m.
Start packing because you are going.
No 2 ways about it. 1 a.m. Yes, brothers. Yes. Yeah, man. All right. So here this now, brother. We want to start and kick off this. Let me just play something with the chicken. You notice everything we have to do with cocaine, have to do with drugs, anything, them big thing. I notice the Prime Minister never make a speech on it yet. He may make speech about the youth, them and meet Jamaica and them thing. But he never make speech, but same like SSL. You ever hear him come out and condemn it and oh, we're going to get una go to prison, SSL, you thief, una crip. We never hear him come out and say something like that yet.
No, sir.
Well, him can't make any speech, you know. Most of the Jamaica Labour Party members of parliament, they have all sort of foundations, right? That being facilitated by these drugs barons, right? You see a particular foundation as it relates to Nigel Clark Foundation, right? In 2018, his foundation collected, you know, millions of dollars, you understand, to fund and support, right, his campaign. And again, in 2020, his foundation collected over $30 million to fund and support his campaign. So these are the situations in terms of what Zara Burton had spoken about in terms of, you know, politicians need to come clear with these foundations, right? These charitable foundations who are funding these foundations. A majority of the Jamaica Labour Party member of parliament have foundations. This is one of the mediums that they use as it relates to the utilization of illicit money venture into the foundation. SSL again was a medium, right? Based on the whistleblower, the SSL harbored within its space multiple JLP accounts, right? All of that aiding and abetting, you know, the funding, the illegal funding of campaign funding, right? You know that illegal awarding of contracts, right, being given to these contractors, and a portion of that money, right, now dump into SSL, you understand, into the various accounts. You understand, particularly where Darrell Vaz is concerned. So that is what we are dealing with. We are dealing with a kleptocratic government, right? And I think time is catching up on Andrew Holness, and the judgment, the hammer, right? The sledge, you understand, definitely will be dropping on Andrew Holness. For me personally, right, subjectively speaking, I do believe that the Andrew Holness is going to find himself in the judiciary. I honestly see that, right? If you notice now, Andrew Holness is trying everything as it relates to the breach of the Constitution, right, as it relates to even the last attempt with Manley and Malawi Fort, right? Try to, saying that, okay, all right, the usual narrative in terms of anticipating election, right, that constitutionally designed for every 5 years, right? That's an attempt that they are now thinking about wanting to breach and use delay tactics. But again, we are here in this space, and of course, the People's National Party is willing and ready, right, to deal with them if they go there. The people tired of Andrew Holness. The people are frustrated. I mean, the longer Andrew Holness stay, it's a sign indicating that, of course, he's culpable, right? He will do anything to hold on to power, to hide his wrongdoing. But, day by day, you can see that, things are just getting out of hand where that is concerned. And people, majority of the Jamaican people are now seeing it. They are now waking up. You have so much Jamaica Labour Party supporters who are breaking away from Andrew Holness. Breaking away. I mean, JLP strong supporters are breaking away from Andrew Holness, showing a sign that, yes, time come. Yes, Melted Pot, let me ease back and, take the floor.
Well, me have to endorse every single word where you say, Jabi. Because, I mean, it's obvious
Exactly.
that this man is trying everything in his power to push back on the election date.
Yeah.
Because as it relates to him sending out Malawood mattress to come talk to we on a subject like that,
Yes.
that is not relevant at this time.
No, certainly not.
We don't want to hear about what are the criteria or the mitigating circumstances as it relates to election date and what can happen. Andrew Holness has exhausted his time as Prime Minister in Jamaica. And I mean, as I always, said, he's not surplus to requirement. Because in Andrew Holness, we see a weak and pathetic leader. And a leader who only contrive with corruption.
Yeah.
And all these type of variances as it relates to drugs and all these things coming in our country. And this Prime Minister has never once taken to the platform to address that situation. As it relates to SSL, he has never made mention of the name SSL. And to be frank, he didn't say much. You understand? Because, I mean, Andrew Holness, we all know, is up to his neck in corruption and in involvement in SSL.
Yes.
So we are looking at a kleptocratic government, at a party that has declined over the years under his administration more so than the previous one before. Because Andrew come as a young people savior, the young people ambassador. But him are the young people worst nightmare in Jamaica. Worst nightmare. When you look at what is happening on a daily basis in Jamaica, where policemen are now rivaling gangs as it comes to statistic in murder rate in Jamaica. And we have not heard the Prime Minister, and his counterpart as it relates to Dr. Crab, the Minister of National Security, and Google 2, the Commissioner of Police, come out and put out a proper condemnation of what the policemen are doing in Jamaica. Because, I mean, we are policemen who are trained and supposed to can apprehend criminal rather than assassinating criminal at all costs. I mean, video don't lie. So there's no way them can come and challenge this accusation that I am labeling at them tonight. I am accusing them of state crime because I've seen it. And I don't hear anyone from within the powers that being come out and make any reference to what they see on video and condemn them. It seems like they applaud them. And we're seeing all type of bang around going on. We see policeman, with Agin tie look like him, the Augustus. I put on the green jacket. I don't know. Cause that guy look like a golf him a play now, fully green. So you say him partisan. You know, him not gonna serve no community well. He's a one-sided cutlass. So we have to beat out them thing, and them thing are where Andrew Holness do. Andrew Holness are green up the whole of Jamaica, you know. Like a madman going around painting everywhere green. Andrew lost it.
Let me ask you something.
Andrew is having sleepless night as it relates to the upcoming general election, because when he lose that election in September, he has no more power or authority. And the only thing that will steer Andrew in his face is prison. And I yield back the floor to the moderator.
Let me ask you something before me even start talk, right? You say I'm agreeing up the place. When we used to have with standpipe and we see John Joe grew up on it, what them used to have to do? What they call the kind of John Joe when that grew, when it have the John Joe grew on standpipe, for them have to clean it. What color is that?
One big old nasty green looking color, man.
So why am I agreeing up the place? Why this guy? Like him agreeing up, why am I agreeing up the whole place so far? Yeah?
But you know what, Lonesome? Right now, as it relates to myself and many other Jamaicans, in terms of, you know, how we are feeling, right? I mean, majority of Jamaican people sort of feel that, you know, they were politically ambushed. And let me define that in terms of, you know, being politically ambushed. To know that, you know, many people, right, put their trust in Andrew Holness, right? And, you know, they voted for him because of the amount of promises that, you know, he made to them. Being young and vibrant at the time, and, you know, sounding the bell, telling the people everything what the people want to hear, from reduction of high energy cost. Who don't want to hear that? Who don't want to hear that? You know that, you know, many Jamaican people, right, during that time as it relates, and even now, in extension to now, struggling with high energy bill. And when you see the People's National Party, and this is what I call political ambush. Many persons at the time, the People's National Party did not have that sort of public relation machine, Lonesome and Melting Pot, right? True. To explain to the people as it relates to how Portia Simpson, right, and Dr. Peter Phillips had gotten the economy. What was the status of the economy at the time when Portia Simpson took it over? And there was no sort of education or awareness in terms of, you know, bringing forth to Jamaica that, okay, this was the economy, right, the status of the economy, right, after taking over from Bruce Golden, that the economy was going into the trench of the abyss. And what Portia Simpson had to do in terms of crawling on her knees, basically, right, and beg Maxine Walters, right, just for a chance to speak with the IMF executives, right? Because remember that the IMF done with being right off Jamaica, you know? And remember that there was no money, right, within the budget space to even pay a civil worker. So people need to understand where the status of the economy at the time, and how Portia Simpson and, you know, Peter Phillips, right, has to go through that sort of, I would say, strenuous circumstances as a result of what Bruce Golden did to the economy, right? And so then they have to now, you know, work in parallel as it relates to the sort of constraints that were placed on them, right, as it relates to austerity measures, and where it was, the onus was on Portia Simpson government, right, to formulate strict economic policies that the Jamaica Labour Party administration now is benefiting from. And
you forget,
yes.
what we are doing, we want every time we are beat them because this is what them do. You remember, say Andrew studied social science, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Over trick people or their movements when can show a class and things. So we always, when you have finished a speech, just remind them each time, say at the labor right them go back to the IMF and buy the money at default and put the country in this. Every time, tap it in each time. Because when them see me that got through it, and them do it.
Yes.
Look at him was the last prime minister. Him and Bruce.
But look how vicious it is.
Yes.
That remember that Andrew Holness was in Bruce Golden cabinet in terms of all of that.
The last part. And the two
you understand? Yes. And remember that in 2011, right, when Bruce Golden resigned, it was Andrew Holness took over. Good. Right? So he was a part of that falling out, right, with the economy.
Yes.
But hypocritically, right, to the fact that Portia Simpson took it over and fixed it between the period 2012 to 2016. Yes. And, you know, as I said before, that there as much public relation never put in the space for make people aware. So people sort of have up the People's National Party government as a result of the austerity measures that they were facing at the time. Because remember, you know, a lot of civil workers have to, right, ban their belly, so to speak. Wage freeze, right, did apply, so to speak, right, to fix the economy, right? And of course, Portia Simpson, right, successfully, and Peter Phillips, right, had fixed the economy. So then, as a result of the austerity measures that people experience, right, the people who sacrifice, right, to also fix the economy, you find it that Andrew Holness, hypocritical, evil, and wicked in a melting pot.
Yeah, man.
Use that, right, and run a campaign of lies. And so then, as I said earlier, that when he came through that now in terms of promising people that, okay, when he win, he's going to bring in the big energy company, right? And of course, he will be able, right, to make sure that people pay less for the cost of energy. Now, Andrew Holness did not do that. Failed miserably on that. People ending up paying more and suffering right now as it relates to high energy costs, right? Now, all of that with what Andrew Holness had done and the evil that he had committed, the atrocity that he had committed, the SSL involvement, the Gavin, right, facilitation of contracts, illegal awarding of contracts, and all of things that Andrew Holness mix up in the China deal, the new China deal, because that is another big thing, you know, what we need to speak on, you know, because as a result of Andrew Holness now with the BRI and the New Deal, and a lot of Chinese are getting the prime lands and treating our people, you understand, as second-class citizens, right?
So
true. Which is fundamentally wrong, right? And Andrew Holness, as it relates, because China, let me say this: China love when a country government is corrupt, because that is the way, right, they get to stretch their tentacles. So then, when the government having difficulty, right, in paying Chinese debt, the BRI debt, that automatically now becomes a financial debt trap, right? And many countries have been warned about that, right? Remember, you know, IMF is no different, you know. IMF only apply in different measures, right? Like the austerity measures and so forth that affect your social programs, right? So remember, we are talking about two reptiles, where none is different from the other. But anyhow,
no thing with them,
where
no government must agree with. If me borrow, say me borrow $10 from you, buy.
Yes.
Right. Melting. Say yeah, IMF I'm borrow $10 from you. Might have tell me what to do. And when me not do it now, you know, but I let me no more money like the austerity measure, right?
Yes.
But you buy now tell me, yeah, give me 100,000 or
I have to employ my own people.
Criminal, prisoner, for build me road. So you not give me the money. You send
No.
them work and then me owe you. But no. Say a melting pot, you're China.
Yeah.
So when you send Byron and IMF, so him give me austerity measure because he might tell me off straight in my place. Me not have to take it or not, but not gonna do it.
No.
China, no. You are China. You are sending me be a criminal.
Yeah,
And then like me corrupt and I give them.
And the worst part of it, Father alone, so me not give the money physically. Me don't give the money physically.
Wien.
Yes.
Remember, you know, that is not a standard policy. That is not a standard policy from China, you know. It is not a
Cement Part 1.
What is it again? It's like it's a Jamaican, but in a Jamaica, them a beat him, you know, other people. You hear the Jamaican chat. Look here.
Versus Rastaman Part 1.
What is it again? Tell again. The more think African. Jamaican this man, watch out. That's all I like
In your fuck boy. Yeah. Fuck him
Call the police, somebody needs to call the police. Somebody needs to call the police. Daddy.
In your fuck boy, alright. You know the man attack to them? If you know the man attack to fucking them, fuck them up, that's the man. Fuck them up.
I beat them, say them want to beat him, say give him back in money. And this is how them going to people country go to gang you. Them beat them, but the man now put them in.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying, Wade?
Yes.
Remember, as it relates to that situation, as it relates to, you know, bringing in them own people and work.
Yes.
It is not a natural. It is not a standard policy for China. You know, it depends on the government, right? Because guess what? In Cayman, right, they couldn't do that.
No.
They have not done that. In Bermuda, they have not done that. In Barbados, they have not done that. So that is to say, it is not a standard policy. No, but it is our government needs to be blamed for that.
In the Africa,
our corrupted. All right. Here in Canada, they don't do that. We should know that.
These countries can't do that.
In the United States, they don't do that. So that is not a standard policy for China. It is the agreement what our corrupted government signed. Our government signed that. It is our government that needs to be blamed.
And so much people, man, look what them are doing. Our
government.
Eh? And a young people front of who?
Right?
This get me
our
upset.
Government do that.
Eh? This get me upset. They must do it better.
Yeah.
You understand? Andrew, the worst thing, you know, I forget to read that. Remember showing us something now.
Exactly.
But me go show us something now, brother. Now, me go play the chicken. And I'm not come talk. That there, them take out the drugs and dump them thing and do them foolish. Let me show you something. I'm going to play something with the soldier. Say, hey, soldier, we'll come on for you in the night. I hear that thing you come talk about. Watch your Byron.
This is part 2 of the chicken from Brazil that was destined for Cayman, but somehow ended up on Hellshire Beach in Jamaica. So, let's look at this properly. Cayman is Jamaica's closest neighbor, right? But in which direction is Cayman to Jamaica? And more importantly, which direction is Cayman to Hellshire? From Hellshire, which is on the southern coast of Jamaica, Cayman would be to the northwest. So if you were standing on Hellshire Beach facing the sea, which opened south toward the Caribbean, Cayman would be behind you and slightly to the right, overland and across the sea. Now, here's the thing, we don't even know at what point the container fell off the ship. And the October 24th, 2024 packaging date that the government mentioned? That just seems like a convenient cover-up. Because the chicken still look frozen and fresh, just like what you'd pick up in the supermarket. And even supermarket chicken come with expired dates. It almost feel like the timeline is being stretched, maybe to discourage people from eating it. But if you look at the condition of the chicken, it don't match a product that's been floating at sea for months. Something not adding up. Now, let's talk about the route. If the container was really drifting from Brazil to Cayman, and we follow the Caribbean current patterns and weather systems, then Hellshire becomes a serious red flag. Because the Caribbean currents typically flow east to west, coming in from the Atlantic side and pushing toward the Western Caribbean. That means, a container going northwest from Brazil to Cayman would more likely drift towards the southwest coast of Jamaica, places like Negril or Westmoreland, maybe even Montego Bay. And if it went a little more eastward, you'd expect it to turn up around Port Antonio or Ocho Rios, somewhere along the northern coast, not the south coast, and certainly not Hellshire. So, for that container to land exactly at Hellshire, the wind and current conditions would have to be very specific, almost suspiciously perfect. That's why it really feels like it wasn't drifting, but dropped there. Because no matter how you spin it, Hellshire Beach is a highly unlikely destination for something that's drifting on ocean currents from Brazil. Some people are saying maybe the tides carried it there. While tides can affect objects in the ocean, they are actually predictable and don't typically cause something to drift a specific distance like this.
True.
Tides caused by the gravitational pull of the moon and sun.
Yes.
While they do move water up and down, they don't create constant east-west or north-south flows. Tides are more about raising and lowering water levels, and their horizontal movement is more local and predictable. Tides alone wouldn't push a container from Brazil to Hellshire. It's ocean currents that would do that. Ocean currents are the real long-distance movers. The Caribbean current flows westward, pushing debris from Brazil towards Central America or the Yucatan Peninsula, not towards Jamaica's south coast.
True.
The loop current and prevailing trade winds can push things northward, but Hellshire is too far south for a natural drift path from Brazil. And another person asked the real question, why would a ship from Brazil detour to Jamaica just to dump one container? Ha ha ha, right? That don't make no sense either. But here's one more question to consider, was the ship actually headed to Cayman, or was it coming to Jamaica? Maybe to offload at an illegal port? So I'll end with this. Was the ship really destined for Cayman? Or was one of the containers secretly meant for Jamaica, and something went wrong? Did someone had a side operation, and the plan backfired?
Alright, so here what them do now, them do that, brother. Here what the soldier them are come out, come say no. This is yesterday morning, this morning on TV. It crazy, Byron and melting pot. It crazy. Here what remember, the government don't know about it. People them find it. Now the soldier, JDF, Coast Guard, I said them know about it 1 week now. Remember them they said drop off from last year too, Remember the government have a find out and tell you, according to them, When we look on the number, because I can't trace it, you see it go Colombia and coming over water and the ship there, the container there, But when the soldier said drop off, it don't reach Jamaica yet, it don't down the road. So him come with lies, watch up on news. Every time them open their mouth, them come with something different. He might say the relevant authority know about it. But yes, still them that run out, nobody don't know about it and can't give nothing about it. Hear how him lie. Hear this.
The Jamaica Defense Force Coast Guard says all protocols were followed after learning a container en route to the Cayman Islands had fallen off a ship. Lieutenant...
Hear him say? And the route to Cayman and fall off a ship. And the route from where? Because I Cayman, the biggest importer, and me talk to my brethren. I'm brethren, them like family. Listen, them not import this kind of chicken. Them say you have a smaller one, but them not import nothing from down there, neither from Brazil or Z neither. So, but I'm going to go and play this.
Commander Miguel Ferguson made the assertion in an interview on Smile Jamaica this morning. More in this report. A container carrying poultry branded under the Brazilian label Perdix en route to the Cayman Islands washed ashore in Jamaica on Thursday, April 3. Lieutenant Commander Miguel Ferguson of the Jamaica Defense Force Coast Guard revealed that the authorities had been notified nearly a week earlier that...
Let me stop it. If the authority notified, that means the government know. This is the alliance. The police, nobody no know them have to come and people have to call them. And him come on TV now, come say the authority know. And them tell him to come say this. But I see that someone say, I can't believe that Andrew administration. Actually, I'm sure we are from there, we are the Titans, That alone is a lie. Never continue. No, this frightening, Him said the authority know 1 week. And hear this now. He might make he might say something, don't even make it worse. So I'm drop back. Him know over 1 week when it drop.
Washed ashore in Jamaica on Thursday, April 3. Lieutenant Commander Miguel Ferguson of the Jamaica Defense Force Coast Guard revealed that the authorities had been notified nearly a...
We are say ABR. We are hear this ABR. You hear this? Rose? You hear them liar? You hear them? All right, continue.
A week earlier that the container had fallen overboard in Jamaican waters.
We would naturally, in this instance, activated our mechanism, responded to doing a couple things. Firstly, ensuring that shipping in the area is aware that the container fell overboard.
That means the one of them know Byron. You know, you sound like people hear this. Him say that means the Coast Guard, if the Coast Guard know, that means the government could have come tell you about it.
Yeah.
You just come off of that playing it. Me I tell you, you sound like Rose. You sound like. Continue.
To ensure for maritime safety so that no collision occurs at sea.
Maritime safety, that means the government know people. So all people call them to it and the police and everybody. Him say everybody know, you know. And I'm going to tell you, you know. Continue.
And then we move to deploying our assets to identify, locate, and track the movement of the container.
So him all track the movement, but you're still in one word. He never know where to come up and there. Or you say you locate it and track it. And you launch the assets. The Coast Guard saying these things, you know. But hear him now one better now. I'm sure it's so big and fool. When you make 100 them send you to suffer, man. If you go away, you know. Hear this now?
You know, so that we can collaborate with other agencies who have direct responsibility to treat you in the other aspect of the protocols.
So the other agents, so the police, and remember the Coast Guard this, and them out there. So him say them know that me know one of them know Byron. You hear this? 1 week before. All right, listen him again now.
So all of that was done on our part.
All right, done. From them part. All right. 1 week. Continue.
Once we were alerted to the container falling overboard.
Once them alerted. Continue.
He stated that as soon as the alert was received, the necessary steps were promptly taken by the relevant authorities.
Authorities with an S. But they can't believe this, you know. Continue.
This instance, as we were doing our response mechanism, as it's unfortunate that the response of the public outpaced the relevant agency to
which is my
respond
question, sir.
to
Why?
secure.
But why? That's my question.
You're a blind now. If you say, boy, your response and the public couldn't reach it because you're the Coast Guard. It's something that they see whether want. You don't trail it. You saw him lie, brother?
Yeah.
You hear him lie. So the public reaches and highlight it too, no. But yesterday, him launch everything and them can trace it and see where it go and everything. You saw him lie. Continue.
Maybe due to access limitations, terrain limitation is accessing the area as.
So you don't know. Access limitation terrain. The Coast Guard and the JDF, them have helicopter. This guy's an idiot. Who sent him out? This guy's an idiot. I really idiot this. The Coast Guard of helicopter can just fly over them. Byron, you hear this?
Yeah, man.
Continue.
Yeah, man.
As quickly as possible, and as such, the response mechanism on the part of respective agencies to secure the shoreline and also the container may have been limited at that. But once they got on sea,
they have been limited. So you don't see it from it to come in. So it's an hour can it to come, but you still never see it. You must have the response and maybe the access. When you have helicopter, and the Coast Guard is, you know, we have helicopter, we have the boat, we have the one I think them, you know. So no place in Jamaica with the Coast Guard, I remember at the soldier them have helicopter and everything. No place where them can touch. If it's on Blue Mountain, them can fly because the helicopter can go up there and reach quicker. You can't believe this, man. Continue.
I'm aware that they naturally went on to securing the area and containing the situation.
The lieutenant commander noted that while it's not uncommon for containers to fall off ships, such incidents are rare in Jamaican waters. He emphasized that retrieving lost cargo is not part of the JDF Coast Guard standard mandate.
Yes.
Additionally, he explained that there was little the team could have done to recover the container at sea before it eventually drifted to shore.
This now, some couldn't recover it, but that means you don't watch it from out there and drift. Remember, you know, you'd have to want to ship them and everything because this coming like a submarine. This guy, like, you know, him forget fired. Who sent him out? Him an idiot, you know. When just talk is up, me don't know what this. A gibberish. Continue.
Container fell overboard. There's no immediate mechanism to pull the container back up on a ship, because that will take heavy lifting equipment and crane, somebody to secure container and try to pull the container to water, which in itself is a dangerous activity, especially under the weather condition that we had over the last weekend.
Do you,
That's what I'm talking about weather condition. I'll be a matter. Continue.
you have the same role as the Marine Police, the JCF? Do you have the same role?
The Marine Police mostly focus on matters within our land spaces and within the territorial water, within a 12 nautical mile. Our main focus is based on our maritime law enforcement responsibilities. We do narcotics interdiction and treat with matters more further offshore.
Yeah, hey, come off of my screen, man.
All
You're
right.
not garbage. If
All right.
you're honest, I know what of them know.
But make I say something in regards to what this guy said. This guy said they was tracking this thing, you know, all along.
Yeah, but him don't know where.
So, but him not tell you, said them lose sight of it at no stage. So it not get lost under them radar. Because he confirmed that there are tracking going on with this container.
Yes.
You understand? Then how you are tracking something, yeah, as important as a container. But when it reach where it eventually reach, civilian reach there before you, and you have, as well on some say, you have Coast Guard, you have helicopter, and but you understand?
You don't know where.
Something spooky going on with this container. You understand? And I mean, it is clear and obvious that this container had cocaine inside of it. No 2 ways, because this container, yeah, was, you know, seen in Colombia.
Of course. It did we can't show them.
This container went to Colombia.
Yes, yes.
All right. Melting pot. Watch this. You see the question that you ask? You see the question that you ask? Right? I hit me right down on the paper, you know. If they were tracking.
Great mind think alike, my brother.
Exactly. If they were tracking the container, right? Why? They never properly man the area and allow people, right? And we now to the fact that if they were tracking it, they would have properly man the area to prevent people from access the container.
Exactly.
Right? What that looked to me like, Melting Pot and Lonesome.
Yeah.
That was a deliberate drop. And drugs, to me, that is how it looked.
Yeah,
right? This is my subjective opinion.
Yes.
Drugs accompanied the chicken in that container.
Yeah, man.
Drugs were a part of the contents of that container.
Yeah, man.
So what happened, they make sure that the appropriate persons who need to move the drugs, right? Move out the drugs, right, and leave the chicken.
Yeah, man.
Definitely.
Right?
I just say that.
No, seriously. Right? Because there is no way that, okay, all right. You got, as according to what he said, he got intel about the chip, about the shipment, right? A week prior.
Yes.
Right? And so then they would have been now tracking the situation, right, as it relates to ensure proper safety, right, to ensure that, okay, we're going to track that to a particular point, that area would be cordoned off to prevent people from access, right? Now, people access the container and they weren't there. Chickens left behind.
Yeah.
Right? So guess what? Remember again, you know, Melting Pot. The people who access the container, the containers were open prior to the people arrival. Who opened the container?
There you go.
Open. Because normally, when you have a container traveling, right, the container is going to be properly locked and properly sealed.
Seal, yeah.
Let us ask the question, because a lot of people are not asking that question. Who opened the container? Who opened the containers? Is it not that the people realized that the containers were there, the people who take the chicken, they are the ones who open the container. Or when the people realized that the containers were there, right, that the container was open and people get curious and go inside and find out, say, well, all right, chicken, right, is in the container. Who opened the container? You understand? So all what they are saying, this again is telling you about this government. And it is very dangerous for Jamaican people. Because let me tell you something, Melting Pot and Lonesome.
Yes.
We might be only talking about drugs. Ammunition and gun could be also involved.
Exactly.
Ammunition, guns, and drugs could also involve. We don't know what other items got moved out of the container before people discovered it. Right? Because
and you're right, Byron. You're right with what you say.
Exactly. What it seems to me is that when the people found the container was already opened. Right? And the curious minds of the people, you understand, by going in the container, they found out that, all right, chicken, right, is the contents of the container. But the question, was it only chicken? You understand? Was it only chickens were the content of the container? That is what we don't know. Right? And number one again.
Look at the number, container number this year.
If you have container, right, float in any country, you understand, who have a situation like that, they are going to send appropriate persons to properly monitor the area as a result of health and safety issues.
Definitely.
All right, number one, no one knows as it relates to how safe those chickens are. So if a government is responsible, like Andrew Holness administration, they would want to first consider the health and safety, Melting Pot. You understand?
Yeah, man.
To make sure that doesn't really spread, right, amongst the society in terms of people might be consuming something. And the next thing that I want to find out as it relates to what he said, right? Now, if you notice what Lonesome played and the status of the chicken still being frozen, it's telling you that drop, it couldn't be there for a week.
No, it's a fresh drop.
One of the reasons why is the tropical climate. Well, on the Lonesome, Jamaica is a tropical climate.
Yes.
You understand? Most of the time, Jamaica warm. Right?
Yeah.
And so then, come on. No defrosting take place. That don't make sense.
But we also have to question one other very important aspect of this thing here. Yeah? Because, I mean, who are report on this container, you know? Don't tell me how the container become, access to civilian. Who opened the container? Because I sure know right now, if we go into that vicinity, yeah, around Elsha, the people them tell us, say, them see the container open.
Exactly.
But hear this stuff. After the people them going in, them alerted the police. So if him get fired, if him say them alerted them get that. Remember, if you have a ship and the ship, them want to talk to the Coast Guard, they know who they know that. Them are WAF. Them that can
WAF would know.
Yes, but immigration and custom they know. And contact you hear pan news and everything, whatever you know. So this man is a A1 liar too, He like him training the Jonas. Kind of the lightest thing ever walk.
So you know that he's a part of the corruption.
He's a part of the corruption.
Yeah, man. No 2 years about that.
Yeah, he's a part of the corruption. Because if the authority, you tell every authority, that means the police know, everybody know. And if you trace it, you couldn't say, well, which party that because people get access, but you couldn't have no access, you don't have helicopters. And you buy around 8. Them have a travel up and down right now with taxpayers' money. 8. Can have some hotel helicopter where you use to carry the tourists buy and then buy, say a helicopter.
Exactly.
right? So you have 8. Remember when the breeze blow in St. Elizabeth, don't them fly over when they never have no access to nothing. What this guy talk about? When in the last year, our July, when they have burial, in the last year July.
June.
July.
July. Yeah, some about it, yeah.
The last year July, right? Melting Pot and Mystic. Last year July, when we have burial, we don't see them fly up and down over the site.
All over the place. All over the place, them there.
Eh?
Trips after trip, daily. Daily flying in a helicopter.
When they never have no access when they like them tear down and thing in St. Elizabeth. Now fly the Prime Minister and the guy that will pass them and fly over the place.
Yes.
Because they couldn't access the place. So you would tell me now, one container this. Remember the place big now, with you have to fly now. Can we have it? We can show them.
Yeah.
Right? So how is it that now you never have no access because the terrorist? How we matter to? Over Elsha?
Exactly.
Yes. And most of the
so,
time,
all right. Hold on there again, Lonesome.
Most of the time when boat get anywhere in the bird, you know what them send out? You know they're too far from sure them send out helicopter for rescue people. Helicopters. You in the
Lonesome. Lonesome, make we ask him this question here. Apparently he's saying that this container end up in a remote area then for them to have the access. So then how the civilian them have access?
Go down there, it's not remote. The police bedroom them go down there, not remote.
But it might make it look like or sound like it's a remote place.
You see it. He might go put himself in a trouble. Because when him say remote, oh. It's a shrimp factory.
So if them not have no access, you know, then the possibility is that is a remote place where with a whole heap of tedious problem for access to it. So you know the guy you lie.
But Melting Pot and Lonesome, he sat down there with those journalists who said that they are investigative journalists. No disrespect to them. And they don't ask him, right, how the container got open,
right,
what sort of awareness he has, right? Because I would have to ask him that question, right? That as it relates to people accessing the container and getting out the chickens, right? I would have to ask that question, right, in terms of asking, right, as it relates to his level of awareness, right? Because if him don't know how the container got open, right then and there, the entire world knows that lie. Tell me, lie. And I can't believe that the journalist being there, right, and don't even ask him that question. How the container got open? Normally, when
him need to tell me how the container get open. You understand? And one more thing where we have to look on with this guy here. Yeah. This guy are involved in them activities here. Because enough of the drugs that come at Jamaica, it come by the same channel, the sea. Yeah, and them Coast Guard are involved. That's why them send him out, you know.
Yeah.
Because him close to what's going on.
Yes,
him and them head man out at sea.
Yes.
And tell me what, if you ever say chicken, edible chicken, I go, Cayman. So you tell people that we can't eat all kind of things. If you say it just drop off. That means a good chicken.
Yeah.
Can just take a couple of days. So,
exactly.
And these people, them come and say, I must say October, it's the end of the water. Then them come with something else. It'll come from this. And me call over Cayman, you know. I call. And we can't call right now. Remember me there everywhere, you know. Remember the eagle we have around there, you know. You understand? We have the eagle around there. I go and call. Look at.
We don't want them about the eagle, you know.
Eh?
We want them about the eagle, you know, and they're not listening, you know. We want them.
You know. Let me just ask two questions right now. The man around security firm and a team bedroom, they run the biggest thing in a Cayman. So we are gonna do that. And we can call radio station and call anything over Cayman here. We just not go Cayman because some mosquito bite me over the one time and I don't feel like I go back over there. You see it? But Cayman, remember we there all over the place, you know. Remember the eagle, remember me myself there all over the place. See, you understand, Byron? Exactly. Go over there and some mosquito back me up on that time because I have to sleep on the mesh. They must say, boy, clean up now alone, so I don't go back there. Mosquito them mash me up. See? But remember, say we have came on a few place same way. You understand? So we are make the call. This is crap. This is crap. And by the way, I was 27 or something. Them when the man come to Jamaica the other day, Rubio, when him come to Jamaica, the same Wednesday, week before last Wednesday.
Week before last Wednesday.
Out of honey. I come from in a ship there, $3.5 billion worth of honey busted with cocaine. A cocaine.
All right.
So that a cocaine container comes same time, summer the 26th, right? That a cocaine. So the cocaine container, hey, I be a cocaine, hey, you see, hey, Uncle Sam, at times they start cleaning up the big boy them and Andrew Holness administration. Within that administration full of juggies and pedophiles who the cap fit wear it. Yes? And it's full of juggies and pedophiles. America wanna know a time for to take them up. Bust up the real gangs. It's within Andrew administration. Real criminals. No, listen. They have, hey, Byron, them gone over $100 billion worth of fine right now, you know.
Wow.
But, you know. Let me tell you something we are true. When I start looking at this, when I'm looking at it right now. You know, say Andrew Holness, for a 2-term, he have the most murder upon him watch by police and by gunman.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I mean, that would be quite apparent. That would be
no, look what the police are doing. Right now, them gone nearly 100 right now. He have the most, remember, you know, and for 1 term government where him was a part, was a prime minister, them have the most same thing again. The Tivoli encourage and you see much dead one day, you see much them kill, and you see much gunman kill, you see much them kill. The highest murder rate of 2009, the 3rd highest of 2017. And you have the most murder commit upon him and in a 2-term. By gunman and then by the state itself. Because right now, they are commit peer murder and not about confrontation. It will stop. It needs to stop, brother. You understand? And Joe, if administration, again, these are the things we put out and show the people what him achieve. If this is the first administration, they say, take money and raise them money, push it down at 200%. Never happened yet in the history of Jamaica. These are the most corrupted government where when you look at them friend and family, them put money and pay things in them name. He was the first prime minister in the history of Jamaica 28 bank account. He was the first prime minister to get 750,000 US account and him say no, I mistake them make a 700,000 Jamaican. Me never, you ever say anything like that before, Byron?
Crazy, man. I mean, it's crazy. Andrew Holness administration is just a kleptocratic government, and people are, you know, a lot of people are waking up, you know, right? A lot of people are waking up, right? And the longer that Andrew Holness stayed in power, right, the level of toxicity is just, you know, getting so enormous, right? People, you know, people just frustrated. People just want to see him gone. All right, honestly speaking, Melting Pot and Wayne, I really don't listen to Andrew Holness. Honestly, no, I really don't listen to Andrew Holness. When I use an Andrew Holness clip, it's because it's relevant to the conversation that I point out. But for me to say, all right, I'm going to listen to Andrew Holness, I don't listen to Andrew Holness. One of the reasons why I don't listen to Andrew Holness, because he's a diabolical liar. You understand what I say? And so then I know that, okay, whatever he's going to say, he's going to distort the facts. Right? He's going to deceive people. He's just a deceiver. People need to understand. Look, and the thing about it, you know, it is not like Andrew Holness changed, you know. Andrew Holness from day one has not changed. Andrew Holness will come out, right, and said, okay, right, him telling people them not to involve in any form of, you know, misrepresentation of the facts and where blah blah blah. And as Andrew Holness come off of the podium, right, in people them the following day. Yeah, you understand? They deal with all of that. That is Andrew Holness. So Andrew Holness has never changed. Now Andrew Holness will come out and then we said, okay, all right. We have 2 programs approaching as it relates to the fixing of the road. right? One program will executed immediately after hurricane and blah 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 burial and so forth, right? That program will trigger, right? And then the spark program, right, will come in, and that spark program is geared and making sure that those roads that will be fixing, right, are roads that are going to serve for generation. Remember I said, in just saying, road that is going to serve for generation. Yeah. They will have good piping, they will have good drainage system, they will have good this, and they will have good that. And remember, say after him talk, what happened? People are showing you road which are fixed, which are no cable not there, no drainage not there.
He must have.
So Andrew Holness not change. Andrew Holness not change. So I don't know who still they listen to Andrew Holness. Andrew Holness not change. Where's the melting pot? Andrew Holness not change.
Well, we all know say Andrew is a guy like this who's a 3-card guy from beginning. And him like to do a thing named reverse psychology because him thinks everybody had done, you know.
Yes.
But when we look for Andrew Holness, as me say, him is not prime minister material to begin with. And for me, he's not surplus to requirement as a prime minister. Andrew is a gangster. It shows even at the Jamaica Labour Party leadership election. Him invade up an arena, 7 bus load of people, thugs him bring come there. Run where all the people and where work and carry out them activity. Andrew Holness is not good for Jamaican society. And the Andrew Holness government is the most cocaine ever seen in a Jamaica. It's the most misappropriate using of the public funds in Jamaica. And the Andrew Holness government, we see where the policeman them becomes a rogue in the society. And under Andrew Holness government, we see them try to make the police resemble the military in a denim without stripe. You have the man them a wear balaclava in a big daylight, rucksack on back, slippers, a gangster police force the man create. Because Andrew Holness is like a cartel. He's a mafia prime minister masquerading as a prime minister. Andrew is all for that where I just spell out the cartels type of lifestyle. That's why I build the big house up at Beverly Hills. A drugs cartel live them life they were Andrew are exhibiting our society. Because Andrew involved in a drugs on a broad scale internationally. Andrew is a dog when it comes to leadership. Andrew don't have nothing. What Andrew Holness do is rob out the whole of Jamaica money. Bring in drugs, sell the country to him friend them. Kick back money, send go collect. Because remember Andrew corrupt all that we have around him, you know. That's why you see even the police them around Andrew are behaving in this corrupted manner. Because they know they are aligned to Andrew Holness and nothing will come out of it. But I'm telling them, beware! Something will have to come out of it under the new administration. Because we have the video evidence them. So if this regime now go act on it, the incoming government will. Because people need closure. People need some form of responsibility as it relates to them family member being killed by the state and nothing to come out of it. So they have to go turn to the incoming government. And that is why the people have voted out Andrew clean sweep. Them tired of him. Them can't take no more of Andrew. The people in Jamaica exhausted of Andrew. When you look at the policeman, I behave like them a politician. I don't even want to come on to that yet because I know the moderator soon touch a topic there. But when we see policemen are going in Jamaica right now, you know, it not look good. Andrew Holness, where you have the police, them are do out in the street, it stink. And it smell corruption. And it spell corruption. And it's all about corruption. So we are watch you keenly. Because this election are down upon you sooner than you think. Because when a man in a trouble, the day goes by quickly. So you could have extend a little more the time I come upon you before you know it. Prison will be your ultimate place of residence. Not up at Beverly Hills. We don't want no more criminal around here. Andrew, as I said earlier on in this segment, you are a dog. You are not a prime minister. And in my concern, you're not surplus to requirement. And I yield back the floor.
I will make a show you something now, people. Do upon my screen. This is Andrew Holness. I just upon the delinquent. I use this in more than one way. But I show you something more. Andrew, I don't really want to point out say you was a delinquent student. Where you're super rich now, you're bodyguards, right? Bodyguards, you know.
Yeah.
You're not born in a well-time. But just look more into look on something else, people. Discipline. Look where practice here, so look here. Look where I'm go learn up at UWI. It names social science. So I could look at what social science mean to everybody. We know enough, I know what it mean already, but we want to show it because we want Andrew know so we know where I do. So when I look at the money and where I'm rich, I know yet in about. So it's a social science up the same deal with, right?
Yeah.
You see it. All right, I can move this and look at social science. That's so quick. We could look at it. Social science. You see it?
The study of human society behaviors and interactions, right? It encompasses various disciplines like anthropology, right? Economics, political science, psychology, and sociology, aiming to understand how societies function and individuals behave within them, right?
So when I'm doing watch, this is what I'm doing now, people. So
Yeah.
I can make so much promises and do all kind of things soon, you know, because that's how I'm going to study. So I'm sitting and study. You see that call they want them, they want nothing else and them dogs. And them say, big plank and Joe. I don't have to use my boy to be these things.
Yes.
I don't have to be these things.
Yeah.
Him love them things, they're no better. Big plank.
Yeah, man.
Girls and go. So I'm play him sister, so them stay and them vote for him. So I'm wear the clocks.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't check because of that him go study, brother. Him study for tell lies and play upon them political conscience with them. You understand? So him go here so him see the youth them. So him them just talk up to them and make them feel nice that way. They can't vote. I vote him guarantee to get the vote, you know. You understand? It's a gift of the gab. Nothing
Yeah,
else.
man.
This is why I'm going to learn him now. Nothing else about him. So I'm doing just sit down and study on a movie now. When I look get to each time and go on, you know, and then use it again. So no, forget him vote. If someone acquire a little money, only get the money and get to buy, then buy the vote for money. Yes. If I just sit chatting him sweet, you know, him do I can study on a little movements, you know, and him know if you trick, you know. That's why I'm come back the other day and I say in 3 years' time, when you go and feel it, let me tell you this. Andrew are the one. Andrew, because if even if a man give for 1 day, yes, Bruce step down and give Andrew Holness the leadership. You know what him do? Him draw a car for all the shot and the one of them, you know. When him draw the card, you know what him do? So young people time, him young. Andrew knows alone older than the one of them. Biking man, the one of them. You don't know what kind of young people time that. It's a young people time. Right? And then buy it. So same social science in David, you know. In David,
Definitely.
The people then buy into it. Remember, you know, him, because when him come in and take from Bruce, he could have squander up a little thing and go kickstart the IMF, him not do it. Him do it melting pot. Him do it.
No, I'm never doing it like that.
Nothing. So him crash the country because Bruce scheme it, him finish crash it. And him did a drive it. And then him turn around now, the same social science him use. Turn around now and use the same where them got the IMF buy the money, can't pay back the loan. The IMF they will give them the whole of the money with them borrow. because them default. And him use the social basket. He must say, oh, Peter Phillips coming like a man, stand up, and him make IMF vote for you, austerity measure, and the people them, and younger pass IMF test. And the people them realize say, if them IMF test never pass, Jamaica will pass it right now.
Exactly.
Push the thing down, and you will listen up. Remember, him push a win. And him come back and use that. And here him now I use the same thing now. The same social science. See him now? I'm just fixing the economy, placing the economy on a sustainable part. Most of them do it already. So the same thing when them bond them with, and so them a draw up in a basket. And the same thing I tell you now, him a fix it. And him a place it on sustainable part. Him a tell them the other day about not father. After, you know, like a worthless father. And you are not the PMP. You are not the father. But when them say, it work now, we know, how we not get nothing. We're going to pay back with the money. Listen, if the country matter about fiscal discipline, if we have fiscal discipline, let me tell you this. Let me break it down for you. Me and my house stop a leak. No food in my house. No gas in my vehicle. Not at all. Yeah? Me feel go in and knock and beg a spoon of salt. And we are working up. But yes, still, when we get the money to know, you know, we just give back our credit card and do something, and we still not have nothing. I mean, I tell you about fiscal discipline. Fiscal discipline starts from your home or your house. So if you have fiscal discipline, the hospital, them can't stay so. The road, them not hand so. Yeah?
True.
People don't want to run for pay and think about them because them are rap too much already. The guy is a
Definitely.
Him is a trickster. He
Yes.
on the ballot.
Same way.
And let me tell you, him party no better than him neither, you know. Them are nastiness too. Because when you talk about a Westminster, Magdal, Byron, and Melting Pot. You see, if I remember how much, what's her name, Liz?
Liz Truss. Liz Truss.
Couple of weeks.
Couple of weeks.
Yes.
And you can't tell how much Prime Minister change. The people them say, yo, we're fire, but them not sit down on fire, you know. Look at him bring back Mumako, you know. Mumako, see ya, he bring her back. He bring back Mumako, what about popular demand. Him use the same science thing where him say him studying and all. And remember, they love what they're doing out, so them love different kind of, what them call it.
Science.
Yes. Them bring back Mumako people. Them bring her back. Them found her guilty, you know, brother. But Mumako did it again, you know.
Yes.
This one, you know. This one I never wrong film yet. Yeah, I'm not well him does, but I want in the middle. You know what? One over there, so not him. See, the one in the middle, where him glasses are dropped down. See? Him have him there for attack dog. Him go keep him there for attack dog. And I joke, hey, so we matter about this and this science when we study. We study Andrew Holness long time. And she said, I'm have the gift of a gap to trick people. So I'm studying how they move when can use and trick them. Let me tell you, in any history, which prime minister ever see use clothes and trick people, much as shoes? Man, did I say no organs?
None.
You notice my love way, I think them with 2 packets. Bush jacket style in a car, sir, man.
None. No prime minister ever do it.
Man.
Yeah, man.
So when do one of them, where we all read there? In Ghana prison? No.
But let me just interject something as alone, son. I just talk about Westminster Manley, you know.
Yes.
The Westminster, they have to look carefully in a Jamaica society as it relates to Jamaica using the Westminster Manley, you know. Because certainly Mama Cow, if she there in England and found guilty of the same charge, she can't come nowhere near on politics.
Then I put her out.
Long time. Royal Reid could not sniff around the party same way.
In my campaign.
You understand? So,
yes.
Them have to look on the Westminster Maglia.
Yeah, man, brother. Oh, if you leave Agintai. You're going to
Agintai, no.
You know. Yeah,
Agintai. Let me touch him. Let me touch Agintai a little. With Agintai now. Agintai, this UK affidavit will come to him. Him and Strike 5 and the whole of them. I don't think I'll know them reply back to the affidavit. But we all know Agintai guilty, Agintai a rapist. Agintai deal with kidnapping. having a minor for almost 24 hours. You understand? As a big old nasty hog of a little underage female in her, surrounding. Carrying her from one length of the island to the next length. Because remember the young girl, so she used to go up and trip with him. When him come at town. You understand? I'm a one if the police never say tie in this activity with this minor. But the facts are affidavits come. Agintai is supposed to get suspension from the Labour Party, but Andrew Holness cannot do that. Because Andrew Holness is a corrupted leader, and Agintai is one of them premier inchman. Along with Darrell Bars. Them are Andrew Inchman. Them two man are untouchable. Queen is too. So when you look on Andrew Holness government, it filters right through from top to bottom. And this is why I say the people them in the UK that grant them the privilege to use the Westminster model in Parliament in Jamaica should come down harder than them and hold Andrew Holness accountable for damaging the reputation of the Westminster model. Andrew is guarded from day one. Andrew trick Jamaican young people man talk about Mr. the young. Kind of young people government. Andrew, you are the young people worst nightmare in Jamaica. Make me tell you that. The amount of them when you get rid and send down a boneyard, unbelievable. Because remember, you are in charge of Jamaica as the chief civil servant. Whatever goes on in Jamaica goes on under your watch. You can't be the prime minister and system what policemen are killing you them innocently. And you have a sea lip. You find it to be nothing of any concern. You see it as business as usual. Because remember, you have some of the worst narrative, Some of the worst shit ever come out of Prime Minister about come out of your mouth. As it relates to people meeting them maker. And all young people 15-year radam. All them type of thing, so say, you want like a skettle, boy. You're skettle. You're dumb peep material. Me can't tell you that Andrew Holness because you walk now. I want thing when it comes to freedom of speech, I have that from day one, No boy can't take my speech and lock it away. It's free. Me I make you know say you're garbage prime minister, the worst the world ever see. And you to relinquish the office of prime minister. Call the election and free Jamaica out of your corrupted bandage. You understand? Because under your government, Jamaica will surely sink. Jamaica have no hopes, no aspiration of developing as a nation under your government because you're too thief and wicked. And I yield back the floor.
Yes,
all right. Here, when we see this melting pot, right? In terms of just endorsing what you said. When you look on the corruption, the continuation of the corruption melting pot, you will realize that when it comes to putting the blame solely on, persons who need to hold Andrew Holness administration in check. When I look at the DPP is the country chief prosecutor. The book stops with her. When you look on the corruption prosecutor, right, she also has the responsibility to prosecute. When you look on the commissioner of police, the commissioner of police, right, responsible as it relates to the administration of how the police force operate and so forth. And so he's at the helm, right, where he can instruct his men to investigate. So let us put this in context. When Andrew Holness tell Jamaican people, right, that he doesn't play draft, he play chess. People need to read in terms of what Andrew Holness is saying. Andrew Holness is definitely saying that he is highly strategical. And he think, right, he perfect the art of these strategies. So then Andrew Holness knows very well that in order to create such dominance as it relates to the continuation of corruption, he needs to have in his pocket the chief prosecutor. So if he controls the chief prosecutor, it allowed him to continue what he is continuing. If he also have in his pocket the corruption prosecutor, it also allow him to have free rein in protecting the status quo of his criminality. Make it worse, you have a commissioner of police who is in line with the corruption. Chess piece, yes, our chessmen.
So them are the pieces, you know, people. The pieces
exactly.
I tell about. So I show you. So we have the chess. So when I tell him, I tell it clear. Because you have the king, the queen, you have the rooks, you have the bishop.
Yes.
You have the GG, you have the one that we talk, you have Gugutu, you have the pawn. But the pawn, well, you have the pawn. In Jamaica, pawn.
Exactly.
So them have that. Yes.
So in terms of how Andrew Holness, right, is executing his corruption, he look at the entire thing as a chessboard. You understand? How he needs to move, right, and who he needs to influence. Now, if you look, it's really very serious as it relates to how the criminal justice system, a portion of that, fall to Andrew Holness corruption as it relates to the DPP and the corruption prosecutor. Well, we have to give praises to the judiciary because on several occasions, Andrew Holness breached the Constitution, outrightly breached the Constitution, pushing against the walls of justice.
Yeah.
And the judiciary, right, have to put him back in check and said, you're wrong. So then, if we did not have a solid jurisprudence, Andrew Holness would have been much stronger.
Yeah.
What seems to be a light at the tunnel right now is to the fact that the corruption prosecutor, right, tenure is up and she was asked not to reapply. So then you have to understand that Andrew Holness is not taking that lightly because there's an obstacle in Andrew Holness' chess game.
Yeah.
They play chess with him, you know.
Definitely.
There is an obstacle in Andrew Holness' chess game, which is now who we have seen in front of us on this photograph. New IC chair and a mission to achieve corruption-free Jamaica. Right?
Okay.
And this lady, you understand, appears to be quite serious. No, Andrew Holness now really have a problem. No, I am not tooting my horn as yet, but so far, her first step look promising.
Yes.
Because if you don't have, remember, you know, remember that Paula Llewellyn, right, and the corruption prosecutor definitely on the corruption ship with Andrew Holness. So
Yeah,
having those two disturbed from their position, Andrew Holness, guarantee is in trouble.
Big trouble.
Yes.
Read that, Byron. What she say, yes, sir.
Okay, so the new IC share on a mission to achieve corruption-free Jamaica, newly appointed chairman of the Integrity Commission, retired Justice Carol Lawrence Beswick, has signaled that as head of the anti-corruption body, she will dedicate herself to advancing the mission of a corruption-free Jamaica. Right? Now, it simply means that what this lady is saying, she's willing and able to call a spade, and she's not going to compromise herself.
No.
All of that is what he's saying, you know.
Yeah, because she put out, hold on the Byron, just a second. She put out a strong mandate. Me like that.
Greg, yeah, we're 100, you know, right away, you know.
Yeah, man.
She's going to follow the rules of the law, dotting all the I's and crossing all the T. Now, remember, you know, that is what the Jamaican people are begging for right now. Begging for. Now, if someone should put out a poll as it relates to Keisha Prince Kamika leaving office, right, and people to grade her performance, right, you will see that people will grade her negatively. Now, if the Integrity Commission body did happy of Keisha performance, remember, they wouldn't tell her specifically not to reapply. It simply means they are telling her that you have put the entity, right,
in disrepute.
In disrepute. Right? You have made us, right, an obstacle of embarrassment. And so then we are saying goodbye. And we are also telling you, in saying goodbye to you, please don't reapply. It will not be considered. That's a big shame. That's a big embarrassment.
Yeah.
Big embarrassment. And
I like the stance. I like the stance what them take, because I mean we have to have some form of shake up. But the people them say a real government are coming up. So them are fix up. Because Marky G now go ramp with them and them corruption, you know, brother. Marky G come for clean Jamaica of corruption.
Yes.
With a strong team behind him. A member of parliament, because all of them are going, you know. A clean sweep, man. So everybody realize that, yeah, what where we see Marky G deliver in the last budget, you know, brother.
Yes, man.
It's a sign of a strong leader in the making.
Yes.
Who is coming to re-energize and reinvigorate Jamaica society. A man with a mission to rise the country out of corruption. So corruption won't be on the menu anymore. So a lot of people getting themselves in order. I yield back the floor.
But here this now, and I get themselves in order. A prison who wants enough of them go. Them can't get rid of taxpayers' money like this. Them can't get jobs and fees to them bigger than the law. We want a law, you see. Me no mind. So it make our work easier where, you know, nobody no bigger than the law. Nobody. You know, you follow the law of the land and when you break it, you forget punishment like anybody. You understand? Yes. Anybody else. And then me that feel good, but it can't happen that I just get to people when they step up in and feed them neck and shoulder and everything and mash them up. And not kill them big boy. And nobody from PSO Jam never see go to prison yet, you know. I know it was me. Not even what you can't have a country. But you know, have none of them no care what them do, them no get them no go court. Them no go court. Unless
them exempt, man.
Right over little things. One alone will say get a ticket. And you know say get the ticket, I blow it because Llewellyn, when name Llewellyn?
Yeah.
Llewellyn. Come out, them call them, some of them. And so listen me. Go change and let him go, you know. Darren Vaz. Go call for some of the man. Yeah, he a bigger rank. That for sure them tie up with the police and all the thing them are running by around.
Yeah, exactly.
Because if you never tie up, you know, don't do that. And the man stand him ground. He turn up a coat at him, then end up chewing a rubbish heap.
Mm-hmm.
Because they may not make him
Yeah.
come back one day, overturn the thing up long after. Make sure it overturn, get a little corrupted judge, overturn it, and then give me money when him to do. So I'm going off in the sunset that I found.
Yeah, man, I should them out, man.
And then let cover else. Yeah?
Yeah.
You understand? This bad. Let me show no how people really work. Whatever me a Swebe. Me no see my come mash up nobody style and them thing there no. The place nasty, dirty and stink. Yes? And the man did it just 1 year now. And it makes such a difference in a Kingston and St. Andrews. And just duplicate to him I do. We have a better Jamaica. Make us show him. In brother, we have to start showing more upon them screen now, you know. We don't have foolishness. Look here.
And we have rolled out the refurbished Papine Market. We have repositioned the garbage bay, or put in a more secure environment so that outside persons can come and throw garbage in it. We have painted.
Roll it back. This is our industry, you know. Him take 3 weeks to the market, you know. Something where them take years and years and not move. Look here.
Today, what we have done, we have rolled out the refurbished Papine Market. We have repositioned the garbage bay, or put in a more secure environment so that outside persons can come and throw garbage in it. We have painted the place, we have washed down the area, we have refurbished also the sanitary convenience, and we have patched the area, we have created additional space because we have removed persons who normally vendor the road inside.
Everyone there's a pass I said no, this are different. I want something different, man.
Inside the market is wonderful. Mr. Swamy done a lot for this market because I didn't know that this market would look like this, but where it's coming from.
I'm so impressed with what we saw this morning. We can't get over it. And I want to thank everybody who is responsible for doing this.
Right on the market road there, I see where the taxi bed are in a queue now, and what we're trying to do is facilitate easier access also to one of the premier hospital that we have, because clearly it has been congested on the road, so we want to make sure that situation doesn't exist anymore.
From Papine Market coverage, as you all can see, the prosperous and present feeling of the moment and the cosmic that flows around the environment at this moment. Here, Mr. Swebe, make all things possible.
I call them paint up, clean up, everything. Them just take out everybody out the road, put them in the market, them have more freedom out and so.
Jesus, a bright boy! It's a development now, and that's what I appreciate about this. It's an encouragement to keep going, and I know a lot more will be coming. A revelation. Oh, this will be war and frustration. A revelation. Oh, this will be.
Thus far, I like the aesthetic of the market. Inside is beautiful, it's clean and it's hygienic. And the market really is well developed in my opinion. We are proud to have been in partnership with the KSAMC.
I believe this is a Papine Market. Me tell you, I'm glad to see time come for Papine Market turning into something.
The environment is much cleaner. The smell is so, I would say, it is so refreshing so far. And the important of it is just to make sure that we maintain it. And we are putting the structure in place, and the city inspector, along with the CEO, have been tasked with making sure that we have proper enforcement.
Yo, me salute you again.
Beg your talk there.
Yes.
This is an embarrassment to the Jamaica Labour Party. Embarrassment to the Jamaica Labour Party. As it relates to the previous mayor, right, that was there, right? In terms of what Swebe, the contrast of what Swebe has been doing. It's a blessing This is what good governance feel like.
Yes.
And let us put in this. If it was for Jamaica Labour Party, although there's not a good governance not really in them. If it was the Jamaica Labour Party to do this, you'd hear that it costs billions of dollars.
And you'd be seeing ribbon cutting.
And you'd see, okay, and you'd see ribbon cutting, of course.
Byron, no move.
Yes.
I make a continue. You know how much money them give him?
Yes.
To do around 7 market, 25 million. You know, so
Yeah. Me never ask the question if I really 25 million in my work. So we
the other day, when they run the election,
yes.
When name the one where say I go beat again. When name Dead man.
Bushrat man.
Dead man.
Martinsey.
All right, Dead man use 15 million. Say my clean up a little thing. The man get 25 million.
Seven market.
The next one downtown Jubilee Market fix, you know.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then fix up the road, them, I clean them up, everything, you know.
Yes.
So,
25 million.
But what is melting pot?
Yeah, me I say, you know, the man work with 25 million for the 7 market. Yeah, we have to applaud him.
Yes.
Well done, Swaby.
Yeah.
Watch this. Swaby got $25 million as budget to deal with the market.
Yeah.
Right? No one market, you know. No 2 market, you know. Right? And he spread the money across and job well done. Watch this now.
Yeah.
Watch this now. Jamaica Labour Party administration fix up one old sign in a Montego Bay. And the old sign where they fix up cost $12 million. You already
no, Byron. That cost
15.
20 for cars. Then I'm going to do a next one for 12 in Hanover.
Okay.
17 million.
So then, make Jamaica, sensitize Jamaica around this. Right?
Yes, my brother.
$25 million to clean up several markets. And job well done, job accomplished with $25 million. And GLP administration, the 2 signs, and between the 2 signs, exceeded over $35 million. Make it make sense, people. You
all right.
You have to sign them for sure. And look how much market Swaby had done with a budget of $25 million. And the Jamaica Labour Party administration do 2 signs that exceeded over $35 million. Hey, people, we see the plain corruption. We don't have it up. Come in right
now.
No, go back to let me show you where they buy now 2016. Them are federal. Let me show you what federal do. Can we like see what them do, you know? And yes, still move this mere the other day. I mix him up with law and then foolishness. Them and fish headless and wagon water, big dirty thinking water go beating water.
Yeah.
Like shall be beating her out. And lock she for lock you up. The police them not lock you up yet. Lock she for lock you up. I soon drop something on you, you know. You want to pan down and hide. We not done with you yet, you know. No matter you know you have a card and name, I say if that mean if we not gonna trouble him now. No. Remember me tell you when we start, we're not done. You have to deal with your kids, you tune off. Let me show you about the one here. The first Mia. Look on him. I'm gonna show you about him. Look on Mia here. Watch the screen. This are them first Mia. I'm gonna show you where I'm wearing to. And
your baby father say I beg me for cover for blood clot. You no boy will fuck me, no ask me for cover for you. Hear for me. Shoot, just put up your baby father name on Facebook and me stop talk to you. Just blood clot, put it up. And time, me gonna make gang them at how I deal with your pussy clot. Yeah? Me gonna make gang them deal with your pussy clot at how I can. Enough be a feather beg me, hold it down. Right now, me ask a boy, I call gang them now at how I go blood clot is so. Tell Kenya, me say, go in a cartoon and type in the Indian ass them and she see her blood clot look. She look like the Indian ass them. Unica look better than blood clot, Kenya. Me a big woman and me have a good pussy and a man never beat me yet, Muncie. Man beat blood clot, Kenya.
A JLP concert this attack, you know. At the JLP concert this.
Yeah.
The JLP, Mia. Yes.
Kenya used to get beaten down here so she can't stand up. Tell Kenya, me say she not use nice cologne neither. I must know she start smell like somebody. Kenya smell like pissy blood clot Nella. Said that me I call you, I'm not get to, but me will leave the voice note here. And it's serious. You see, anyway, me book your first concubine, me go bust up Kenya blood clot head. I'm in the business if more run as no more counselor. And me want Petch to stop work and tell lie for me. Me and Petch call me when night and I carry news to me and me say something to Petch. Me not say nothing bad about Kenya. Petch carry back my name to Kenya. I want me to go chat Kenya with Petch. Kenya, I go call me, I go talk about big dirty stinking Celia. And me dirty pussy daughter wa fuck feather. Tina no want you for fuck you feather. Remember some me tell you about dirty Kenya. And you get for fuck Kenya. Kenya breed for you and if you eye that blood clot I me know. The baby can't put up the baby father name can't put up and me and hold it down. Feather me not tell a lie. Me love you very much but me got this dirty Kenya. Because
stop a minute. You said this was PMP, them catching your big mama ring out this every day and people for fire and go and it's a disgrace on the world and everything. You hear this a two JLP concert, the man, Feda is a JLP concert. Eh? And him at the me, you know, and see the JLP concert too, you know.
Yeah.
Full them crowd too, you know.
Yeah, man.
This is where they done there before, you know.
My God.
See, look here.
No, sir.
You would think say Kenya somebody fed that the worst drunker that you took up in a bull beer. Everybody I call her first concubine. Feda Kenya are the biggest concubine. Feda a beaten stick bout Kenya, beaten stick bout of a man. Dirty Kenya. Kenya can't chat to nobody. Kenya dunce. You need to get back Kenya annual Kenya Feda in our basic school. Kenya dunce and can't write her name. And I go talk about if she want to run for councillor, me can't stop it in her blood clot, my daughter. If she want to run for councillor, she fucking free. Because I don't know who they are going to take her for councillor. 26 subject Tina have. Tina not have to depend on you to get a fucking car there. Tina buy her car. And I go talk about Tina beg your money. Tina supposed to beg your money because enough work she put in for your billion. Kenya not put in nothing more come with her Jonja blood clot. Pussy come give you some fuck. And when Kenya fuck, Kenya pussy big feather like the river. A bamboo then take and cross Kenya when them a fuck her. I can't wait for your answer. I can't wait for your answer. You're one of the worst drunker in the blood clot here. You are one of the worst drunker in the year because your uncle come out and you can't come up front with your baby father. Put up your baby father name on Facebook. Put up your baby father name on Facebook. Any blood clot there, put it up, you talk to me. I can put up all of my man, they want to fuck me name. And I can put up my people name, Pupa who breed me blood clot name. And my grand people name, Pupa them name. Them can go up. You are young little girl like you. You can't put up who blood.
You can't put up who breed.
No,
No, sir.
This offer.
Let me just say something, you know, because me want to know if Andrew Holness as a prime minister not hear this. I come from within in party remnants as it relates to him mayor and councillor. Him not hear this.
Him worse than them, you know, so him not say anything.
Yo, me I tell you right now, them people are drag down Jamaica, you know. Which part of the world you go hear them conversation and come out of council? You know? Because that's what we call it in a UK, a council.
Yes.
You hear Birmingham, no member from Birmingham council with this. Neither from London Borough. But in a case, I may see further down there, take taxpayers' money, it look like a car for gift. I deal with be a concubine life. I do all type of different activity outside of what I'm elected to do. Because we see, me I swear me I do great work. Me I swear me I surprise the people from popping as it relates to the market. How refreshing it look, how beautiful it look, and all the changes that he has implemented is working because the man not just only refurbished the market, you know. He has also got the vendors them from off the street because he's saying that that road lead to the university hospital and he would like for it to be kept free of those type of.
Don't move from there, sir. How much, let me just ask you, and people who for us look good, this is me I swear, I just swear for that. Lied and Byron. How much Metropolitan Market what them call them officer go out there go beat the people them to move. How much you see?
None.
Damage. Them things get damaged. Don't them
No.
the market?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We hear of a smooth transaction in terms of how we formulate the space and the activity and the work. Everything was done smooth and transacted in a lawful way. And the people them are satisfied and are now praising him for the good work.
The good work, yeah.
Remember going to 2 more feather now and then be done with it. Remember going to 2 more feather and then go deal with it. And you own this and this them work. See 1 more feather, yeah. Feather thing this when they are doing now. Just look on feather. Just look. Watch that one, yeah. You want to see the around because we have the things there. Look here. I can move that one, yeah. Well, I can move that one, yeah. I can play that one that will just come up. Wait there. Play it back. I can play back that one that will just come up. Add.
The Euro Circle Super.
Play it back now.
People some soup.
So which one for me then?
Seriously, I win a mark. Oh my god.
People know the amount of water. Worse if you don't really know that the Euro Circle Super.
It's soft. Where's the pressure cookie?
Ande, before we wine that one now. Eh? Holness, before we wine that one now. Yo, before we wine that one.
People some soup.
So which one for me then?
Seriously, I win a mark. Oh my god.
People know the amount of water. Worse if you don't really know that the Euro Circle Super.
It's soft. Where's the pressure cookie?
Remember that one there? Yeah? No, man. Remember them talk about this is a hero circle, you know. When them do to the people, them a hero circle, you know. And that them do to the people, them a hero circle, you know. Yeah? This is what them do to the people, them a hero circle. That's a feather too. I'm go for your next feather. No, when them down there, you know, this are the chaos, you know. When they crash, you know. I'm go for your next feather. Yeah? Feather. What's up? It's a next,
Unbelievable.
it's a next feather, you know.
My goodness.
So when feather work. So when I work, your part. This is when feather work. Look on feather work. Just look on feather work. We just get a feather that way and have them people that talk about the super for Euro Circle.
Okay.
Work.
Mm-hmm.
The other one that want to come up now. Yeah. Move that one now. Make a move that one.
The people in grimy, you see me? And I do you know what to eat, you know, everybody have to survive in there, you see me?
They can't stand no more of them. Them just like police, first of all, and this is how Federal send them out and come do. Think they get rid of them, you know. But this is how them send them out, come do, and this is how them deal with people straight. JLP administration have no mercy for nobody. Same like we only do the people them with the mask. And them are vote now. Remember, you know, people you get shot in the woman have a one son, you know. Them guilty of eat a sausage and a bun and people over a fence. So they shoot him to the neck. The next one at 16, them kick him back for him hip. Drop him and buck him, them beat the people, them go in the yard and take out all you, so you leave your, go for your ID. This is what Andrew let up on the people them. Him lock up no church people, and I know some of them are kin teeth with him. Andrew the most evilest thing me ever see, run upon the face of the earth. Andrew Holness. Him play upon the people in ignorance, because him do the political science thing, yeah, when go study how them move, study what them want, when can use and make them feel nice and them use it against them. And that him doing a better.
Yeah, man.
That him study, see that him study, that him use. So if him go and country and them make them know them like the Roman boom, him just drop in that I can tell them something and told them him just use it against them.
But Wayne, you know, yes, Jamaica has to move forward as it relates to or you regulate certain situation, because to me, in terms of what we have just seen, right, it is quite primitive. You can see the flurry of ignorance just, you know, just melting out, right? Now, if you have a system that, okay, these persons, right, who occupied certain space, they commit certain breach, why not just process them in terms of issuing them a summons for them to show up to the court, right, and you deal with that in the court? Because this is where it is now. To what I just witnessed in terms of where you have the team taking away the person merchandise. Remember, Sam, the person livelihood that, you know. It is a person livelihood. regardless that the person may breach. If the person breach.
When breach?
No, I'm saying regardless if the person breach or if in breach. I am saying, yes, I am saying that is there any process in terms of if you are going to confiscate the person's goods, right? Have you taken the person's name? Have you taken the amount of goods that you have taken from the person? What is the process proceed that, okay, if you give the person, right, a summons or a fine, right, and the person goes to court, how the person is going to get back his goods? Because what I've seen there is a situation where the police force itself or the system itself is acting quite primitive in terms of handicap people in terms of making a livelihood. Because if you take away the merchandise, right, from that person, how are that person is going to be able again, you understand, to find some money, you understand, and buy, right, new merchandise to go out and sell, right? No, I mean, the way it was done, it's quite primitive, right? And to me, you understand, that is extremely lawless. Yeah. On behalf of the government has to find some way that, okay, if you have standards and policies put in place, right, put a big sign up. Said, all right, let me just give an example. Say you have section A, right, at the market. You have a big signboard, put up, big signboard where everybody can see it as it relates to, right, documented breaches, right? And you have it. That means no vending at this particular area, this and that and that and that, and you have that sign slated, right? And so then you have a system in place in terms of, you know, making people aware of certain breaches. Now, if you, who is ensuring that no breach is done, right, and your tour of duty, right, realize that, okay, there's a breach done. What is the process, right, in terms of dealing with that? Right, charge a person for the respective offense, right, and give them a date in court. And so then the court now can deal with that. Because when you take away these merchandise, right, what process, right, that you are going to reach some end resolution in terms of persons, right, pay the fine, and after paying a fine, them can get back their merchandise. How you put a system in place for those persons to identify their merchandise or give them a ticket with address and with their names, right, the amount of items that you have taken from them, right, and so that in the handing over process,
politician doing a great job. Look at the road.
All right. So at the same place, this way you talk, Byron. So continue. Yes. I'm gonna play this.
So providing that the person pay the fine, the person should be able, right, to get back the merchandise. And correct is our behavior. This is just messy. This is just primitive. Right? Yes, go ahead, Wayne.
All right. So them now have the space because the filth and everything. The man never fix up down there none at all. Then they not go turn it in a warehouse. And money I run all over the place. That's why some people get overpaid, 80 million. Them don't know the money there next 30 million. And one back of money and all kind of things, you know, we run. Because them have it as a cash cow. Right? Look on the same place down there, Coronation Market. When Federal did in the last.
Yo man, the politician doing a great job. Look at the road.
It's a far from your son. Just to call the people them set by around. And filth water this, you know. See? So they have to sell where they must say.
Look at the condition of the road in Coronation Market, the heart of Kingston. I'm not giving yourself raise up on the road. We don't have nowhere for walk. We don't have nowhere for drive. Up on the road. I'm not giving yourself raise, brother. Something as simple as that. Look at that. The mega at downtown, where people come and buy them vegetables and stuff. Is this sanitary? Is this good? I won't complain and I say we love complain. Judges.
At this time of a sell through and then get beaten and take all them things better.
Well, I mean, guess what? This government is known to serving out E. coli to people.
Well, yeah, cause this love.
You understand me? I mean, look. How can you operate in a condition like that? Go ahead, melting pot.
But first of all, you know, where I want anyone who don't know about this activities that took place in downtown Kingston as it relates to vendors and these nastiness that work as metropolitan, whatever they want to be, warden. The people them pay to sell. Wherever they sell, they have to pay. You have someone that comes around and collect.
Yep.
First and foremost, so let's get that straight. So these people don't operate illegally. At the time when all these activities was happening, most of the spaces in downtown were under sewage invasion. So people had to make some form of different, you know, altercation as to location and where they sell. But let's get this straight. As a result of FEDA running the KSMAC as a whorehouse, having how many concubines relying on him, then what you expect? Him gonna send out them little garbage, you gonna steal the people them thing. Because remember, it share up, that's why the people them can't get back them goods when them go feed, you know. That's why them don't do checks and balance. Them don't want to have anything in writing. Because they want to be in a situation where they are not accountable or unaccountable. So when FEDA get these things, when them go into the KSMAC, FEDA distribute them all about to him, concubine them. And some of them see him nastiness you get out of the loot. It's a looting operation. It's nothing to do with preventing vehicular traffic from going about. It was a looting operation orchestrated by them. Them do it every year. Them have certain time of the year when it come to holiday, where them comes embroiled with the vendors them because they want thief them things. And them go around and map out with style of the high profile gears them. And you see them turn up. And you see activity like where you see demolition. And the people them pay them for sell out there, you know. But no matter what Chinese do in our place, you know, see them type of retaliation to Chinese. Because Jamaican is so weak in collaborating together.
By the way,
yeah.
But by the way, Chinese are still on sidewalk now. Although them have the shop, you know.
Them know. Them bring it out on the sidewalk.
Nobody not touch them, you know.
That's why I talk about it.
Come on now.
That's why I mention it. Them not touch the Chinese. Them come out on the sidewalk.
Them not touch them.
Them have all vendors will sell for them out there.
Yeah,
but them put out in front of them business. Because the Chinese are want the Jamaican to benefit. So what them I do know, them have private vendor where I work for Miss Chin and Miss Chin. Where you see at the front of Miss Chin and Miss Chin vendors them out there top in front of them place. Most of them, not all of them. Because the Chinese is scraping the pot in Jamaica. And the nasty government to Andrew Holness run cause this, as Byron rightly said earlier on in our opening segment, the agreement with Jamaica have with Chinese, it not there nowhere else.
Exactly.
So we want to know why Andrew Holness succumb to the Chinese and implement these type of austerity measures when have Jamaican been balloted out of any activity as it relates to development structural. That means our people now learn nothing. Can't get a foot in or a look in a activity as it relates to development, but yet still we the taxpayers are pay fee. What can go so? We have to change all of this. This has to stop. We have to have a look at the Chinese and the amount of them that are in Jamaica. We have to take a stance like America. We cannot stand here in the space and allow Chinese to invade a little island and reap the benefit of the island and send back the wealth to Chinese. We're not standing for that. We have to reduce the amount of Chinese that are currently in Jamaica. We cannot allow Chinese to dominate the micro and the macro space. Because that them are doing, They are the small investment and big investment. And we have to stop that. I yield back the floor.
All right, make we catch this, because we have to talk about Sir Manley, I'm going to put it up and make we just run through this. I'm going to move this here, so. Because I tell you, say, you see it, when you see it for yourself, say, when your man did this, yes. So, all right, so we can put it up now, Sir Manley. All right, when you see this, right? You can see it now,
Yes.
All right, so I can read it. Jamaica trying to create our own brand of socialism, right? See the date?
Mm-hmm.
Marvin O special to the New York Times, May 1975. You see who that them have up there, all right, about?
Yes.
Yeah. 2 p.m. right, about Monday. Because them that do everything. This are going up to the 76 election, right? All right. Start from here, so. Who want to run through this? Remember,
all right. Kingston, you want to run through it, man?
No, me run. Me can't see it by my phone. Print small.
Part it, I'm going to run part it.
Yeah.
Kingston, Jamaica, May the 10th, socialism is lovely. The governing People National Party proclaimed this week in its campaign to the established Jamaican socialism as something special. There is increasing concern in establishment circle. Landowners, merchant, foreign businessmen about where the country is going in view of recent move towards nationalization. You see that word there?
Yeah, I love that word.
And mass mobilization. You understand this too? It's 100% Jamaican.
Yes.
I remember, what we are talking now, So Trump said bring back everything in America, It wouldn't be a bad idea, but in them time, you can't put no. You want to bring it back, give them good incentive and talk to your people, but rush on.
Yeah. All right, Wayne, hold on there. Because hold on there, Wayne. Let's make it stay for a while. Because this first paragraph needs to be explained, right, in length to the people so the people can understand what this first paragraph means. Because as it said there, right, there is increasing concern in establishment circles, landowners, merchants, foreign businessmen about where the country is going in view of recent moves towards nationalization, right, land reform and mass mobilization. Now, we could drop back in the 70s, Wayne.
Yeah, 70s.
Explain it to the people that when democratic socialism, right, start to spread, the good news of democratic socialism.
Yeah.
This is one of the things that Melting Pot talk about as it relates to nationalization, right, in terms of dealing with the interest of and benefit of your own Jamaican people, right? So we just want to explain that. Now, as it relates to capitalism and the capitalists at the time, they got fear of democratic socialism, right, in terms of what Michael Manley was dealing with, right, as it relates to the equilibrium of wealth distribution. Simply means that every single person would have play a part in the economy, right? Yes. And so then every single person in Jamaica considered to be a stakeholder of the economy, right?
Right.
Not a trickle-down economics as it relates to certain idea from crony capitalism that the few in the bubble, you understand, get rich and the benefits will trickle down, right? Because that is what capitalism deals with. Democratic socialism is totally contrary to that. These are the people who packed up and leave and help to crush the economy. So we need to point out that many of them people, you understand, closed down business, right, and left and helped to damage democratic socialism. And this is what right here is where Saga seeks in with the CIA, right, as it relates to what he had done, work with the CIA and propagandize. This is the time now where Saga propagandize Michael Manley, that Michael Manley was going communist.
Yes.
Right? And work with the CIA to damage democratic socialism.
All right, make a read and never explain to the people them more.
Yes.
I'll show you, say the big boy them where they have it never want to lose it. And
exactly.
Like front of it, I can show you say Michael give back to the people, raise the money.
Ah.
So just
All
follow
right.
just read that. You can't follow read this. My mother's put in a bracket for you. See that?
Yes, all right. Many people feel that this relaxed Pleasure Island with its 2 million inhabitants, mostly of African descent, is throbbing. Reggae music, heady rum, white beaches, luxuriant flowers, and beautiful birds is moving in the part of Cuba, which is 90 miles away, as what I just said.
Right,
as
so
what I just said.
Well, continue now. Well, I read it and then I got you. But I say this paragraph. The article itself, you know, people, it can tell you what Michael put in place, you know.
Yes.
What bother them, you know. Where you leave my bother them, you know.
Exactly.
And this was just look now. Because remember, you know, if it was a country like a China, no, it's a country I look for everybody and them own. You can hear what them say. Continue. Let's continue.
All right. Yes. So Prime Minister Michael Manley, who initiated Jamaica's way to socialism and is a strong admirer of Premier Fidel Castro of Cuba, denies it, right?
Him deny because he might tell us, and he did say,
we are trying, this is what Mikey is saying. We are trying to organize the most peaceful and constitutional revolution in history, Mr. Manley declared in a recent interview, stressing his faith in two-party democratic system and his belief that socialism and a mixed economy were compatible. What on there? Hold on again. Because this need to explain.
Yes.
One has to remember as what Michael Manley is talking about, mixed economy. I'm going to explain mixed economy to them. Mixed economy simply means that at the table, both the private sector and the government will make decision 50-50.
Yes.
Right? Capitalism doesn't do that.
No.
Right? Capitalism deals with a free market principle. Free market principle, where the market itself make the decision as it relates to private sectors, drive the decision-making process. Now, so under mixed economy, right, you're going to have institutions like price control and all those institutions that protect pricing and you don't overprice your goods and all that.
Yes.
Now, all right, the mixed economy, what you need to tell the people Wayne, is the very same model that the Singapore Prime Minister, our president, came to Jamaica and adopt this principle as it relates to mixed economy. And that's why today, Singapore still exercise a mixed economy, right? As opposed to, exercising a free market economy, you understand, on a capitalist basis. Now, the Prime Minister, a strong figure, emerged even stronger after playing host and to an 8-day conference of the 33 Commonwealth nation.
Yeah.
He was consecrated as a statesman of the third world who could stand up to Prime Minister Harold Wilson of Britain on such vital question as a new world economic order.
What you mean?
Yeah. Right?
Them man are statesman, man.
So what's this?
Yeah, man.
There are fears that Mr. Manley, despite his position, might give way to pressure from radical to move further and faster to the left that he intend. Workers are calling for outrage. So this is the lie. That's what Jlp, that's the cook up, and I talk about Michael Manley is going communist.
But them nationalization, they never going to communist.
No, nationalization of foreign holdings. Militant youths are organizing captures of land without waiting for the government to acquire idle property through the due process. there's an alarming rise in political violence. Just so you see Saga wicked, and you saw the Jamaican Labour Party wicked and cruel, because they believe what they believe, that the masses of the land, or the majority of the land, so to speak, right, shouldn't be given to the poor people, you know.
No.
It should be given to them.
All right.
They should now control it.
This have to go up to 76, you know.
So the propaganda that them spreading was to damage democratic socialism as it relates to what Saga had done, right, with the CIA. Because democratic socialism would be something that is going to deal with nation building, right, and put the nation, right, into a situation where we wouldn't no longer need no loans like IMF, World Bank, because we're talking about self-sustenance. When Michael Manley is preaching now, from out of this context, where Michael Manley is preaching now that we must eat what we grow.
And put it in restriction, brother. See,
right? So here it is. Some government policies have already caused uneasiness and discontent, particularly in the more prosperous class. They are crippling land taxes and import restrictions of high duties and luxury items. Hold on.
Restriction and them, you know.
Hold on. Make me stress on this and now, Wayne. Watch it now. This goes to show you the level of cruelty that Andrew Holness administration had done. Because, all right, look at what Donald Trump is doing, flinging out tariffs. When we put tariff on basic food items like green produce, what we are doing in terms of putting tariff on these items, we are protecting our farmers. We are protecting our farmers.
Yes.
What Andrew Holness administration has done, what Jamaica people need to be aware of, is that Andrew Holness administration removed the tariff from green produce.
Yes.
Right? And in the same breath, not only that, members within Andrew Holness party, members of parliament within Andrew Holness administration are some of the same ones who are bringing in these goods to compete with the farmers, the local farmers.
Them up. But notice,
Andrew Holness administration, many of the MPs have businesses, you understand, bringing in, right, these products, right, duty-free, green produce, giving, right, the very same people who vote for them.
Yes.
The very same people who vote for them, competition, putting them out of business.
But Byron,
and damage our agriculture. It can't work, people.
No, but Byron, look what man they do now. And the big boys, them, you know, so they are crippling land taxes. I remember the big boys, them, the one bag of land.
Yes.
Import restriction.
Yes.
Because you have to eat where you grow.
Exactly.
High duties and luxury items. So the big boy, them put some high duty upon that, the small man.
And they don't like it.
No, this is why them fight it.
Exactly.
That is why and the little man them.
Because that's why the capitalists them fight Michael Manley.
Yeah, because they reverse it. Them.
Is the controversial law under which anyone caught with an illegal firearm is sentenced to an indefinite prison term.
You see it,
it is easy to abuse. Yes. Yeah. What really panicked people was the money restriction. Right, a Jamaica businessman said, referring to the ruling that everyone must declare assets abroad and bring home any capital exceeding 1,000 Jamaican dollars. Right? Yes. A number of Jamaicans, those with large houses, cars, maids, horses, and pedals left at once because they want to cripple the economy.
Yes, remember them talk about how them leave Miami.
Exactly. They wanted to cripple the economy. Yes. Right? Because they don't like how Michael Manley was moving closer towards the port.
Yeah, and the poor
one most went to Miami and have not returned.
All right.
Yeah.
Look at Chinese.
The Chinese, for the most part, prosperous shopkeepers, are the first minority group to begin to leave.
So
we are afraid communism is coming here. Hold on.
Chinese. Fred are coming.
Hey!
Hold on. That's what we say. Hold on there. Hold on there.
That makes sense. It never make no sense, brother.
Yes.
Can't make sense. Let me just drop. Let me just weigh in with something, my brother.
Yeah, go ahead, Melton.
Let me weigh in with something here. As it just a little paragraph there a while ago, or a sentence, whatever you want termed it, with Chinese afraid of Jamaica becoming community. Then where they are Chinese? Where they are China? But let me say something now. You see Edward Saga working alongside the CIA them at the time, what they did was to destabilize the communities, the economy, and manipulate the youths them and get them on them side. Them used to pay youth to go certain place and just start a fight. Sporadic violence start to break out as a result of men being paid specifically to turn up at event and start fight.
Yes, man.
Good. So we want the people to understand how it was a consensus and collaborative effort between Edward Saga and the CIA in trying to defeat socialism and put a narrative of communism in the people's head. You understand? Because remember, you know,
Chinese fear and communism by right.
that unbelievable. That unbelievable. I just remember this now. All right.
Right, brother. You see what them did a fight? Nah, fight for nothing.
Yeah. When you look on Michael Manley philosophy, a two things it said. Socialism and self-reliance.
Yes.
Yes.
That was the two fundamental aspects of Michael Manley philosophy. Socialism and self-reliance. I might just want to divulge a little bit into Michael Manley achievement as it relates to self-help and neighborly cooperation after the post-emancipation period in Jamaica. Those people during that time was struggling under difficult circumstances to make a better life for themselves and their communities. The most honorable Prime Minister at the time, Michael Manley, who served between the period of 1972 to 1980 and 1989 to 1992, reflected his steadfast commitment to the idea of self-reliance and community cooperation in a range of policies where Manley personally worked with the people throughout the country with pickaxe, shovel, and paintbrush. All right, now that was something about being self-reliant. Out of that now, you have the Michael Manley Foundation created the Michael Manley Award for Community Self-Reliance as its first project. Such criteria as community initiative and participation, you have social economy, you have culture, you have educational and environmental impact, and you have gender equity and youth involvement. Now, Michael Manley, through all of this, you know, was galvanizing the entire island as it relates to people participating in their community to give it a fierce look and to re-energize whatever sector there is that was run down, built it back up, and it just didn't stop there. Because remember, you know, come Emancipation Day, the 1st of August, you know, Little Theatre, it used to deck out. It was like an award ceremony at that time where you'd find all the participants, yeah, as it relates to parliamentarian and all these people coming together, and even the people who funded the event. And there was an award price of 200,000 Jamaican dollars to the best community, along with a trophy. I remember the young artists, them did have to perform, and they were there as, you know, the guests of the Manley family, because they were the one that started the foundation. So when you look at something like that, it is telling you how assiduously Michael Manley was working towards empowering Jamaican, the small poor people. They were his priority, not the rich one.
No,
the poor.
This I tell you, Pat. But yeah, them are talk about themselves and what them worry about. But this I show you who and what him do on the land. And this I tell you, him take back all the sugar land. We have a
yes.
This, and it will show you what him take back and that's why them are fretting around up and down. The man set it back for we, you know. See how take it and eat way. Him take back everything and evil.
See, Andrea continue the Saga political syndrome to take away Jamaican things and give it to foreigners. That's a political syndrome where them practice. For rip off the island of its asset and give it to foreigners as investment, and then go behind back door and take kickback. This government is a nasty, corrupted government that is self-centered amongst itself. Don't care about the masses. Don't care about the little man who is suffering. They care about the millions and the billions because they have moved away from the period of millionaire now to billionaire. They don't bother with millionaire. It's too common of terms to use. They want a more superlative term where you look at them as billionaire, not millionaire anymore. So we're having a problem with a party that only sees itself as the ultimate wealth endeavors. That's what they strive for. They don't strive to anything like what Michael Manley institutionalized as it relates to community development and being self-reliant and going out there. Hey, none of them boy ever use a pickaxe or a shovel. None. Them only use paintbrush and paint up the place. Manley use pickaxe, working alongside the ordinary Jamaican citizen, not just one place, but over the length and breadth and throughout a sustainable period. It wasn't a 1 week or a 1 month thing. The man was working on the ground. Not like these criminals who just go out and cut ribbon and thief money and tell lie and sanctify the people with all type of variants of gifts. You understand? Michael Manley was a troubadour for the poor. Jamaica need to understand. That's why I am saying Jamaica now need to start educate themselves as it relates to Michael Manley and his books, you know. Yes. This is why we see Mia Manley being a strong woman as a leader in CARICOM. Probably one of the strongest if you combine all the men alongside her. She's stronger than them. Simply because she was a progeny of the late great Michael Joshua Manley.
All right,
she even got detention for reading her book, Manley book in a classroom. So no wonder we see a stalwart in Mia Manley. Yes, my brother.
You can finish that paragraph so that the people them get it and then we'll just finish up the Manley, yeah? Finish up this paragraph.
Yeah. So the Chinese, for the most part, prosperous shopkeepers are the first minority group to begin to leave. They're afraid communism is coming here. That's what they claim. Said that owner of a restaurant who plans to go to Hong Kong as soon as he can. He didn't go to China, where he's from. Some British expatriates who consider Jamaica home are also thinking of pulling up deep roots and moving. Many of them to Australia or New Zealand because of the restrictions and foreign capital and signs of aggressive black
nationalism. See
you hear
that?
that?
The man I give you a black, I give you a right.
Hear that, people?
It's what me I talk about.
All right. Who no poor people we never have no chat in the 60s. See the man going back everything there. Eh? And not only him did offer. So if you call him communist, what him I say black nationalism.
Okay.
Black nationalism and
all right. And Saga want enough of them up. Right?
Yes.
Go against this.
You know what black nationalism on a fight. And the same I talk about Marcus Garvey and talk about Selassie and them thing there. Or
that is the reason Tivoli Garden. That is the reason why Tivoli Garden is what it is today.
Yes.
Right? So when you look, you have a family of 4, 5, 6. They use one restroom. What kind of life? That? That's
bad.
Look what them afraid of black. So you call a man communist, but a black nationalism you attack. Black nationalism.
Right. So the blacks are losing their patience and show it in little ways by keeping whites waiting in shops and the post office are blocking a parking space.
Yeah.
With the social worker who plans to leave.
Yeah, you know. Black. So they make it sound like
you understand that?
Destabilize the man, I'm destabilize the country, man. When you put out them narrative there, you destabilize the country. You create havoc and mayhem.
Continue.
Right? Though there is criticism, many of the prime ministers, Manley's program have won wide approval and are bringing about real change. You hear that?
Them right. It's now we look at now. Continue.
Right. The most popular action has been the assumption of greater control over the importance of bauxite industry. That is one of the main
right.
Why the CIA with Edward Saga had to fight down Michael Manley, because Michael Manley, right, imposed the levy and raised the levy on the bauxite.
But look, that continue, brother.
Up now, in the hands of 6 United States and Canadian concerns, Jamaica, which supplies 60% of the United States bauxite, imposed a production levy last year based on the value of the aluminum ingots or finished product. This meant a 700% rise in the cost of bauxite and additional Jamaica revenues of $250 million. Hey, what on it? When people, all right, loan some. When we are reading this to the people, and the people see what Edward Saga had done to damage the progress here. To damage the progress here.
About black ownership and everything. Continue.
Early this year, the government acquired 51% of the companies, Jamaican operations, and is buying back more than 200,000 acres of concessions.
Okay.
Look at that. Look at that. So hey. No, Mr. Somebody in chat. Hey, you see the boy?
Which one?
Morgan.
Where him say?
Morgan?
Yeah. Where him say?
A bug life and water family them man.
So him not gonna look, man. Him not say nothing. If it's something that worries boy.
The government will buy back all foreign owned sugar lands. Last year, 3 pilot cooperative projects.
Don't move again. Don't move. Don't move. Let me show you, sir. A man they buy back the sugar land them and build up them house to give the people. Man, it and just take for the land them and live down all the people them house. Can we never want the sugar land neither?
No.
The government I do the process to control of the sugar industry.
Yes.
The same process, that's how we take back the sugar industry. The largest foreign exchange earner after bauxite and tourism.
Right.
60,000 people. The government will buy back all foreign owned sugar lands. We never own the land them neither. Manley buy them back. You see it?
Hey, them people that need to know about Michael Manley still, you know.
Eh?
Them need to know about Michael Manley. You see them great thing here with the man do. If him never do it, Jamaica gone.
The people need to know. The people need to know the wickedness at Jamaica Labour Party.
Eh?
The people need to know the wickedness at the Jamaica Labour Party.
The sugar land them where we have, not the land them where them have that about SMJ. Michael force and buy them back and never we won it either. See that shit front of here? The New York Times, them right it up in a seat there. Enforced purchase, see them there? You see it, Byron?
Exactly.
Yeah. We set up a land purchase from the United Burn and West Indies Sugar. Him set up the theater people. Him set up the land purchase. So him make the come there. That's why I'm telling you now, if you don't want to cooperate with him, him force and buy it back from you, you know. Because it belongs to Jamaica.
Give me that, yeah.
Continue, brother. That's some great move the man make right now. We don't want nothing right now.
So the program has been helped by high prices. Under a recent wage agreement, virtually everyone in the industry, from factory workers to cane cutters, receive a 100% increase over last year.
Look on what the man do.
And year-round employment was guaranteed for the first time.
Them are for right.
People.
You hear?
Look on that. And this is what Edward Siaga mash up.
And this and the same people them fight themselves, them want progress.
The government is also taking over idle farming and grazing land and turning it into cooperatives. The main model is Nairi Community Farm at Cocoon Castle, about 40 miles southwest of Montego Bay, where 86 pioneers aged 18 to 30 are farming formerly idle land said to have belonged to the Churchill family. Look on that.
Let me not tell you what the man do.
Yeah, man.
He was not communist, a poor black.
No. I remember, just make them know. I just come in a little bit. Julius Nyerere was the man from Tanzania, right?
Yes.
And 1974, when Julius Nyerere came to Jamaica, yeah, it was as a result of Michael Manley inviting him here, and this is how we have the Julius Nyerere farm program and all these things. So Michael Manley, as I said, was a statesman that could command respect anywhere I'm going in the world and get help to build Jamaica. And that was what Michael Manley philosophy was all about. Spreading his wings amongst the same third world people.
Continue.
Yeah. Yeah, the third world, Michael Manley, right, wanted to have what you call a friendly relationship with most of the third world countries then, because Michael Manley was the man in charge basically of speaking on behalf of several third world countries and African states. So them all love Michael Manley. So Michael Manley never at any time throughout his tenure as Prime Minister of Jamaica and leader of the People's National Party go down communism route. Never!
Never.
Continue now. Pioneer Corps.
So Pioneer Corps established. I came here to look for a better life, said Herman Warren, who left his job in a Kingston meat factory last November to join the Nairi farm. He estimates that he can earn more than 1,600 a year from his 4.5 acre vegetable garden.
Don't move
For
now.
the first time, he will have a decent home.
Don't move your say yet. In 1984, when demonstrators say people work for the year 1,200 and the money drop. You see how much him could have earned?
Yes.
So from 1975. So nearly a decades after, some people money drop back to 1,250 for the year, and you know, you might have worked 1,005. He could have worked 1,600 in 1975. Enough more than we are working in 1984.
Exactly.
Continue.
But with this paragraph, it is showing you how Michael Manley was leading the nation right, as it relates to agriculture. right?
First.
Because that is the essence, you know.
Yes.
That is the essence in terms of we plant, you understand? We eat what we grow. But essence of being somewhat self-efficient. That is what Michael Manley was bringing forward.
Look where for the first, the same man where he does read about, brother. Look where, read that now. Look there.
Okay. So for the first time, he will have a decent home of his own. As soon as the electricity and water are installed in the new house of concrete block, he plans to send for his family.
So like below stone them have concrete block house with electricity and water.
Yeah.
You plant and do him thing. This is what man they are doing now all over the place. Look here. The man make it look like black with a fight against white. Continue.
Exactly. All right. In urban areas, a pioneer corp is being set up for youths who have not completed secondary education. I see that? Love Michael Manley. They will be given intensive training and building and running basic schools for small children daycare centers and other community activities. And mash up all of this.
And other community activities. But you say, you fight a man who do this, so I'm for be a communist. Continue.
Let's look at the wickedness. The National Youth Service was started as a volunteer operation in 1973. The year after Mr. Manley came to power was made graduates with deferment for those going to college. This year, there will be 9,000 girls and boys in 190 occupations, from modern community health centers and primary schools to coaching sports and helping out in libraries and hospitals and on roads and farm. What on?
Hospital, road, farm, where do self-reliant, whether it's so much thing where I do.
Watch this. No, melting pot. Watch out. Melting pot.
Yeah.
If Edward Siaga never work with the CIA, all what Edward Siaga need to do, you know, is to understand where Michael Manley was going, you know, and work in tandem with Michael Manley, you know. You know what Jamaica would be now? Jamaica would have better than Singapore, you know, me tell you.
Yeah, definitely. Aran par. We'd have better Aran par with Singapore. Cayman Island would run past Jamaica and all these things. Jamaica, but what's here? Yeah, but the intention that Siaga had wasn't to work alongside Michael Manley, was to destroy Michael Manley and the socialism movement and the People's National Party. Because remember, say Siaga, was Ronald Reagan Hollywood in Jamaica.
Yes. But we could finish this and never just smash up the one at that one time.
All right.
The momentum, and then people are watch one, give them the one of this with Mandy, and they would just smash up the one of that. Look out, look out. And by the way, when you read this, more you stop yourself avoid national service because poor people couldn't go say them avoid national service. Them never have no money for send them people go for it. So that are the big boys, them. You read there's so many.
All right. So many parents send their children abroad to avoid national service according to Arnett Winter.
According to you, no move there, so. Remember, at the big boy, them that send for them people go there. Remember, you're not glad if you have this. You never have the money for send nobody go for it. Continue.
Right.
Do nothing, man.
Well, it is so nice. It is so nice now to take a next bite off of the cake again. Many parents send their children abroad to avoid national service, according to Arnett Winter, the 18-year-old daughter of a carpenter who's working as a pharmacist assistant in a mental hospital. I have learned about drugs, and after my service, I want to go to university and become a doctor. She said.
That was free, better.
Free.
Hey, my Elena Joe. Hey, look here. Before we read any further, me tell any man in Jamaica, any woman in Jamaica, who be unto them, who be unto them, vote for Jamaica Labour Party and get into a third term.
No, I'm not.
That not Byron. Them dead already, man. In the water, man.
All right.
Them dead in the water, them drown.
Elena Joseph, going on 19, is a television production assistant with the National Literacy Program. It has given me a future. With this experience, I know I can get a job.
Can you imagine? You hear
But
what I'm
19.
Eh? 18, 19 pharmacists.
Bring it up again for me.
Look
One
at
of the Manley government's principal concern is the widespread illiteracy, right? The director of the literacy programs, right? Literacy programs, person have an error there. Literacy programs.
Yeah.
Joyce Robinson estimates that 50% of the adult population, or 500,000 people, are illiterate. Now, the program, which got underway as a national effort in 1973, had graduated 18,000, and there are 49,000 in classes.
All right.
People look on that, man. The move that Michael Manley is making, you understand, to reduce illiteracy in Jamaica, to make Jamaican people become literate.
We are continuing, yes.
The formation of Jamal and other programs. Look at the love, the man. And the thing is, well, on the melting pot. When you see all of that, hey, yo, the cake is so sweet that you understand. Jamaica people need to know this. So when you see all of that and realize the effort of the People's National Party through democratic socialism with the driver Michael Manley, right, and Norman Manley, right, what more you want? What more do you want? Every time the People's National Party build this economy, the Jamaica Labour Party is there to tear them down.
Point to this to me. Don't make them get, because I remember I don't know what we write. See there? At the New York Times.
Jamaica trying to create, me not see the next part.
Just go and see the house here. See the paper, digital, they can print it and do everything. New York Times this.
Okay.
Not Jamaica paper, New York Times.
Yeah.
This print, May the 16th, this published May the 16th, 1975. It will read from here.
Yes. One of the fundamentals that what we need to tell the people them right here, so. In spite of all, Edward Saga, along with the CIA, damage democratic socialism. If you notice, New York Times still state the facts, you know.
Yes.
You notice that?
Yes.
Yeah, man.
The facts.
Them say the facts. Can I write up
and show you that Michael Manley meant well for the people to lift the people out of poverty.
Yes.
And what Michael Manley believed in was to educate his people.
True.
Right? Make we take a perfect example of another Caribbean island. Look at Cuba. Many of the things that they spoke about Fidel Castro are
rumors.
Fidel Castro ensured, right, as it relates to the process of education, to educate. And that is one of the reasons why Cuba today, right, carries some of the best doctors and nurses where even the same United States use.
Yeah.
They are everywhere in the world because of their skills and their talent.
True.
That is one of the reasons why Cuba could also survive American embargo.
Yeah.
As a result of how Cubans are educated.
Yes.
This is what Michael Manley was doing. So when time Edward Saga tried to link Michael Manley with Castro as it relates to communism, Michael Manley said, no, there are some of the ideas that he liked as it relates to Fidel Castro, and outrightly communism, Michael Manley reject. Right? So Michael Manley said his move throughout the Caribbean in terms of his associations are some set of countries who are dealing with development of their own countries.
Yes.
Right? And remember melting pot, because this is one of your cup of tea, melting pot, as I talk about nationalism. Right?
Definitely.
And we see where you go with that, because right, you have to take interest in your own people. No, United States, right, is looking is looking out for the interests of the Americans, right? England is looking out for the interests, right, of the English. And so then why Jamaica must not look out for the interests of Jamaican? This is why we go back now. We go back again now, you know. We go back again now with the situation as it relates to China and how corrupted Andrew Holness is. Remember, we tell you how China exercised the BRI, you know. Because the Belt and Road Initiative, right? If your government is corrupt, yes, China going like that in the end of the trade-off. Because when you have difficulty in paying, right, your loans, China is going to tell us, give me the land there. Let me do this. And you have now, you are so vicious under Andrew Holness. Because we are getting information now that China had bought several trucks, do you understand? For Andrew Holness, you know, and his wife, you know, who now they operate in the backside as haulage. So people need to understand.
Yeah.
Corruption and things.
Andrew Holness owns several trucks. And so then, here why they do it. Here why they do it. The people need to understand why they do it. This is the reason why Nigel Clark, right, and Andrew Holness make move to reduce the levy, to remove the levy. And so
on the backside.
Hey,
yeah.
And the wicked things Andrew Holness do to the people.
Andrew a dog, man. Andrew's a dog.
Hey, people, let me ask you, brother, let me ask you something. Let me ask you something now. People may ask you a simple thing. Let me ask the JLP members, them sit down. Now, when New York, at the New York Times, they put up Manley and all death mask to, you know, make him realize him have death mask, but they might write the truth. So tell me something. If you know about communism, I can go sit down and read about it. That sound like a communist to you. What we see Michael Manley did that do? It dedicated to any other country. I remember doing just Jamaica and the poor and the needy.
Jamaica and them all look both.
So even if you're going to come to me and they tell me foolishness, I want me look. Mrs. MC bill, Mrs. this, Mrs. M charge them and them more, and we have housing coming with housing trust. When look the mothers them, no bastards and servants, no bastards not there again.
Yes.
In the how much hours, 40 hours of work. 40 hours
a week. 40 hours, weekly work schedule.
What are that thing put in? Give woman the equal pay status and everything.
Equal pay status.
Yes. Him get everything we put in, and that's the kind of communism. You'd be an idiot. No, because not all but the man do not find no communism. And it's still
again, all right. You see the importance in terms of education, because guess what? If you didn't have an educated nation, Saga couldn't fool them.
No, definitely not.
They couldn't be fooled.
First,
right now, if we didn't have the masses in Jamaica educated, you think me and you being known some another people who are on social media, they fight so hard to inform.
No, we wouldn't have the problem, yeah. We wouldn't have this problem.
And most of it dash with the government, yeah.
Long time.
So
we wouldn't have this problem.
Yes, what I said. All right.
Yeah. Because as it relates to the Jamal program, many people who couldn't read never have the clue or idea how to read. He got them to read. And that was a big asset to these people at the time.
Yes.
You understand? A lot of people couldn't read all right. Michael Manley make sure no. Him said to the people, if it's one day before you die and go to the grave, one must be able to read and write. So right away, you can't look for a man like that. We're seeking for the betterment and the interest of him people. I remember Michael Manley is not a black man in colored, but a black man in true heart.
You know, say everything with the black. Him tell us to them.
Him say, alter the balance.
Him tell you, and
for the poor.
All right. Look at that.
Alter the balance for the poor. You understand?
Let them know that.
The black and poor.
So that simply means to say, him make sure knows that the black people in Jamaica can hold a piece of the pie.
Aye.
You understand? So when you have a guy like Saga now, who is born American, educated in America, and who becomes Ronald Reagan alleyway in Jamaica,
Why?
what that tell you say? That tell you say, Saga compromise
Like Andrew Holness.
wreck Jamaica and the People's National Party and Socialism Movement.
I have altered the balance of power
Because Saga
in favor of the black and the poor, and I have no apologies to history. You walk with a pride today you never had. I have altered the balance of power in Jamaica in favor of the black and the poor, and I have no apologies to history. You walk with pride. Hear me. I have altered the balance.
Yes, my brother.
Yeah, what you saying? Equal rights and justice. Show me some.
Equal rights and justice. I've got to give it equal rights and justice. Yeah, man, I got my.
I have altered the balance of power in Jamaica in favor of the black and the poor, and I have no apologies to history. You walk with a pride today you never had before because of my work, and nothing will turn that back in Jamaican history. Nothing will turn it back.
No, a man like this, no God, man. A man like this, if you take nothing from one and have nothing to give him, and when you look at have house, right now, Angelique and the other just like him a cheap.
Like leeches.
Yeah? I live on it, it has save him. Forget some money out of it, 11 billion every year. From him coming in, might take 11 billion out of it.
Abuse it.
Him abuse it. That leave and put it in auto, you know. I work auto by Michael Manley, you know. And alter the balance in favor of the black and poor.
Hey, you just say something a while ago in a lonesome. And it have me move, you know. Me have to say something, you know. Jamaican people, all I want to get house. It is down to Michael Manley and his brainchild to initiate the National Housing Trust Program. So right now, we're supposed to have tip on our hat to the late great Michael Joshua Manley. Without him coming up with that brainchild to initiate such a program, I don't think the Labour Party would ever institutionalize that.
No.
We would have still in a shock. Wackland dog, zinc up house, board house. Because remember, you know, Labour government not have no interest at heart. They have the community, the CIA people have interest at heart. And the CIA them don't represent the black people. So that is a natural fact that we know because history tell it. And we just read documents from the New York Times. It outlined that clearly. You will never find such dilemma as it relates to what Michael Manley did for Jamaican over upon the JLP side. If you notice, you don't hear nothing about development program and what they had in store for the native of the island. Nothing. It was all about America. You understand? And what they had up them sleeve was to scrutinize Michael Manley and his policy and label it communism when it had no interest in communists.
No, it moved this move, you know, when you just read the article now, you know, we just done the article and play this. You know, you have to, Byron, you notice me relax. Everything get up in a mean because people that can't so stupid, you know. Them bring in communists, you know, communist work. You know, I'm not speech, you know, I'm not communist. And them
right.
Them give what them want, give them do what them want, do them going a man come to you. A man say, you can't read all right, you want to do alter the balance in favor, uno. Take back the sugar land from them. And them have it, take the backside force by and and build up your house so. And a matter of fact, you what them done when them did move by run. because black people feel say them can't wait, them a go. Without government touch the land. I remember, you know, man, they come and say it, you know. So them things the land, you must hand it out to the black people. Them tell you, them get them there from the mountain side like them a goat. Mountain goat.
Them so they come down off of the mountain and come farm the land on the flat.
A man like this in a fight. And then the one nasty and Holness run out the other day and about man, they destroy the 70s. The 70s.
But Holness not know about the 70s.
The 70s never, because I remember although them are fighting, remember 75 this May, and 76 are him win by the election, big time. So them ease off, and then what, 79, when it come to 80, when them call election, late on the 79, them turn on back, them eat again. Because each time for the election, them come and turn on, them eat like this. So them turn up, them eat again, 80 or one bag of people there, them come now, Michael man, they tell you, them come with propaganda, them come with lies. And that's the JLP them do. No, them come
and
with
fire. And them come with evening tide fire.
Yeah, them come with
don't left the one out there.
Eh? A man like
don't
this,
left.
Brother, I'm not, but them dead. Yeah, them not poor. And you look race up here. And you know,
one tap away my teeth.
18 years, brother. The one I know have on a phone on now watch it right now. If I never practice, you could have it. When you could buy a little car and them thing that them have to carry the monopoly and break it, because the big boy them they control that too. Eh? Look what practice you come do after what Michael man did not Saga up over 1 million people in put on food stamp. It Byron, you know read that in 1984. It's there all the time, it's there.
Yeah man.
Eh? It documented.
Yeah man.
Everything. I'm locked down in 1984 over 6,000 jobs. 85, much more 83, much more. You must job him cut. Him locked down hospital, him locked down school, him locked down a bag of team, locked down JRS. Nothing him locked down, you know. Austerity measure. People start marrying things in 84. Them forget Amanda. This sound like Amanda time. Him a put stoppage on the thing, them a put enough thing on the thing them for come in. And then you have to eat where you grow. So through that, him spend less out there, different from the island thing for import. Certain thing when I for import, now import. Yes?
The food bill never enormous like now.
No.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
See?
And we have to understand. Where we have to understand, I want to show certain Jamaican, you know, we're young and whom Andrew Holness trick them. Yeah? So we want to kind of refresh them and bring them to them thought process of how Jamaica works. You understand? Remember, you know, Jamaica had shoes manufacturing company, you know. We don't have none now. We had Bata. We have All Brothers. I remember Bata is our International Shoes Limited.
Exactly.
You understand? And all these things are gone.
Gone.
They're gone. Now we realize heavily and solely upon Chinese dilapidated fake shoes them. Where the woman them buy the slippers them 5 days the bottom drop off or the strap bust. Eh? What can go so? Or if you have a country where have certain infrastructure but them disappear. Eh? And then disappear under labor administration. They don't say labor right now want to have the work and don't want to have a job to begin with. Yeah? So they can work and maintain themselves. Them like going to hand out. That's why they did have free food ticket. Hand out.
Ninja man say. When Ninja man say.
Living on
well, Ninja I tell you.
Yeah. Boss it now.
Living on free food ticket. Not a pocket. Not a cent in my pocket, man. Me can't pay my rent.
You know what we are going to do? You know what?
Now I love it. Yeah.
Now I love it.
You can imagine.
Now I love it. It's bad. Eh? You know, I remember, you know, as my Byron did say, you know, everyone is crying out for peace. Yeah. None is crying out for justice.
Right. Well,
Everyone is crying out for peace. Yeah. None of them crying for justice.
And that's why we tell them we want.
I don't want no peace. I need equal rights and justice. I've got to get it. Equal rights and justice. And that we want at Jamaica. Equal right and justice.
You know,
and that we there saw work as the Titans at Thursday night time.
Yeah, man. You know what I say, brothers?
To deliver.
Even New York time. Tell us reggae music. Reggae, because Michael, they draw the one of them running. Because reggae really come in the 70s, you know, early 70s.
Yeah.
So do the reggae, you know, we in a rock steady. So now people don't know. You look on the record, they see we in the early 70s. When Manley, when thing they start was up in the early 70s, because them never 3-piece suit in the 60s, yeah? Bob Marley, yeah? Yes.
Yeah.
Just look when him start, yeah, and the music start come up. Remember them following nobody say, I play a song, I'm gonna play reggae music. There wasn't no reggae music in 60s.
No, there was no reggae music them time there. That 70s reggae come in, yeah.
But I don't have the time for tell them because them no historian and them too lie. But you know what touched me though? Oh, this man get up and look, but alter the balance in favor of the black and the poor, and you take a man and call him communist. Oh! In the time when they put on your say, you see what the man are doing, you know, and like him thief something for himself for them have him, and then him get rid of a party or something, you know, one party, you know. He might do everything for Jamaica. Them they mention no Cuba, on time they mention Cuba with Manley. And when the people them come and help him build something like a school.
Right.
Not bad. See, I call it kind of thing, indoctrinated and do all kind of things. That was like inputting everything, education for the people and thing. You know, mix up Manley with them kind of thing and do all this. Him out that to man. That's what I mean.
You can't Andrew Holness. You can't use a liar as an associate. Because look, we just find out something to Andrew Holness. You have Osemati school, yeah? In a year parish where you're born, Andrew, how much student Osemati, you know, first caters for? So you have GC Pastor College. You have Gavin Moseo.
Yeah.
Hey, Andrew Holness, if you go away, you know. And a year government put us in a school bill. We about STEM school, I know we can't see it. God, you know, if you run out and come tell the people them lie. But you cannot do it this time because remember, Titans are here.
Definitely.
Titans don't have any fear.
And I buy one, and I chat that book was shown up there. Listen, remember these things, it captured in time and it documented. Because when these people like New York Times and like anything from England, and them right, it's gonna stay there. You know,
of course.
Them have all these papers, them keep them. So when you go back and look back in the you go back in the archive and draw them out, you see everything from the day when it print and everything where it say about the leader and where I do. The big people, them no want him. You know what them that said that's about and all who did I leave? Yo, yeah. I let go. Them people, I put them at the same school, I give them the same equality like we. I'm at a fucking man going to poor better than we.
Yeah.
And at the poor, them do.
That's where they live.
I'm tired.
That's where they live.
Yeah, bye.
That's where they live. And that is one of the reasons why you find it say now, Andrew Holness now, they appease them. Right? Because Andrew Holness want to do his level of criminality. So them love Andrew Holness, you know. That is one of the reasons why the PSOJ now look up on Andrew Holness, you know. Now let us convert the situation. If it was Mark Goldin, me not talk about 3 years, you know. Have 1 year I'm statutory declaration not certified. The SOJ would have hang him.
El broke loose.
No, but yeah, the rule of the thing I'm gonna tell them no. Because any goat, any knife you stick sheep, it have got stick goat. They say everything we want to do on this and I like Mark Goldin not do that. But we are listening out for Una car, we are only, you know, not for Una for prison for me, PSOJ, because Una carrying the coke. Then I get to you with coke. Yeah? Man, they tell me no knowledge of power, you know. No,
yeah, man.
I buy salt and I buy a squeeze of toothpaste, can't carry $12 billion worth of coke.
You're mad, man. You're mad, man.
Or am I carrying $12 billion with a coke and then
The mad. Anybody in a Colombia know where him get US dollar from to get them man over there? The first thing we have to look on is the magnitude amount of US dollar that involved in these transactions. Where get to you to go get that from?
US. Million US. Yeah.
And I like a Jamaican currency by them drugs, you know. The man them no want that. It has to be US.
You know what's a Bank of Jamaica when it's a nastiness? Uncle Sam, let me ask you something. Because Bank of Jamaica know about them US and Bayra.
Of course.
If you can draw them US, yeah, them Bank of Jamaica know who draw them out of US.
Exactly.
You know? Because you know, just put it up so you know Bayra.
Yes.
So you have to draw it even if you take it when I check or something and the money I go. So Bank of Jamaica must know who take them US so them know how to work.
Well, of course them know how.
If you draw $1 million US, they might not say you draw $1 million, you know.
Yeah.
Or somebody will draw 80 million US and you don't know who draw it. Even if the bank get somebody, you know, must know who do it. These things are trackable.
Of course.
Fam, if you're looking at chat, as it relates to Paul B 238, what Paul B 238 said Byron, in my view, his first statutory declaration is false because, not my word, I came into politics with 45 million that was not on his first statutory declaration. Well, let me correct that. It is not 45, 47 million. Now, and Paul, right? You remember when he gave that interview to Fitz-Henley?
Yes.
Fitz-Henley. You understand?
Yes.
When he told Abka Fitz-Henley that he came in the politics with $47 million, which we proved that was a callous lie. So Paul B is definitely right. You understand?
Yeah, man.
Because that did not declare any statutory declaration. So
no.
And again, what we continue to be focusing on Andrew Holness three consecutive years statutory declaration, right, not being certified as it relates to 2021, 2022, and 2023. Right? Now, but people need to realize that none of Andrew Holness statutory declaration, right? If the Integrity Commission was not just taking if the Integrity Commission investigators, they were not taking Andrew Holness' word just as face value. Because remember, you know, the Senate, when I asked the question, when I pose the question as it relates to, I don't understand why Andrew Holness have a problem with his statutory declaration for 2021, 2022, and 2023, and don't have problem with previous. He has to have problem with previous. And so then the Integrity Commission investigators came out and explained that the previous statutory declaration that he submitted, they were only taking it as face value. They did not do any form of in-depth.
Okay.
So now we understand. So none of Andrew Holness' statutory declaration can be certified. So people need to get that. It is not only 3 years. None of them.
So Byron, we are looking upon his entire career as it relates to him now being you know, liable for submitting his statutory declaration.
Yeah,
none of them they can ratify it.
Paul B is right. Because if you take in consideration what Paul B is saying, right? Remember, you know, he lied. He went onto Nationwide, right?
Yes.
And tried to justify, you understand, that he came into the politics with $47 million.
Right.
And your wife, I tell us, all right, when them
couldn't. Right. Okay, sir.
Couldn't even afford the wedding.
So
exactly.
He came to the politics and couldn't even afford food. And then look when him just come out of the school and when him go into politics, remember him
owe school fee. Yeah.
All right.
But 2 years, but based on what him say, it don't go take him 2 years after that pay 40 million, you know, because him left and go at charity.
Yeah, because
and left from the charity with the millions them.
No, but because what you know melting pot. Remember say him left university in 1994.
You're right.
And him worked 2 years. which is
Yeah.
1992.
Yes.
1997 is where we
In
enter.
combat politics, yeah.
So when he gave the interview that he came in the politics with $47 million. But Andrew Holness is saying that while he was in charity for the 2 years, he had made $47 million. That is impossible.
Yeah, well, obviously.
Brothers, you look at him going again. Him wife interview about 1997 married, you know. Same time him coming up. Married.
Yeah, same here. Same here.
One cent, she come and talk after I said we put him to 250 people who couldn't find food.
Yeah.
Right.
Same year he married. So that's
same year when him have 47 million.
Can you couldn't find food? Him said, just send it as she said. So him couldn't come say, 97 him coming to politics. 97
yeah.
Yeah.
He
married.
And he couldn't find it.
He couldn't find food.
His wife said, his wife said, I like Andrew Holness to tell because we never have the money.
That's what she said.
Right, that's what she said.
People. You know,
and that's what she said.
We never have nothing.
I'm all on a panelist. Me glad and Juliet tell the entire Jamaican say Anja tell lie.
Yeah.
And the world. Yeah. But we shouldn't surprise, you know. Because this is the same, hold on there. This is the same guy when Richard Azan built 6 stall in a Trelawney a Palmouth, something about that. Yeah? And get to the people. Him call down bands of mercy upon him and said, "Dog there, you want some crab loaves like Colonel Charles, Agin, Ty, and Crab?" Call down bands of mercy, you know. But here is the same man in a hard type of corruption, you know, and him no want to leave. Then that not tell Jamaican and the world who Andrew Holness is. Andrew Holness a dog. Dog. That's who Andrew Holness is. Andrew Holness nyama all him own vomit. Nyama him own vomit.
Melting pot. Am I crab louse, man? Melting pot. Me say we just do the Michael man the thing, you see. I'm gonna play when I say I'm alter the balance in favor of the black and the poor, and it just start singing on my head.
Yeah, man.
So Andrew come and talk about that there. Me feel upset all them say communism I think about black. You ever hear communism I think about black people?
Well, Anna, man, we have to tell him, lonesome, I missed it. Before you even try to go down that road there, just tell the people them say with communism, we don't have no freedom of speech.
We don't have none. Nobody
period.
People. You subdue under freedom rule.
You have to subordinate to them.
Yeah.
Under them rule and them dictatorship style. It happening in China right now and Russia.
Yeah. Even when the paper writes the Chinese, so them afraid of communists. And if one man said that, it's all to laugh. This is show you all the time. Them are painting, but them not them cancer when them dishonest or not. You know,
I remember that narrative come from the Labour Party. So that to tell you, so them are lied.
Lied.
JLP administration always tell lie.
Lied and thief.
Yes, man. And them they walk far from one another. That's why I'm just a thief, you know, can't lie this man. That's why I become the most criminalist prime minister in the world. Hey, you know, so Lonesome great. When Lonesome tell the people them say this man is a liar, this man never walk the earth. My grandmother tell me say liar and thief go together. And the amount of lie where Andrew tell, that's why I'm have a thief the amount of money. Andrew a dog. No 2 ways about it. Because what Andrew Holness do, it has no resemblance of anyone else. Him way out in the lead. Him alone just a run with criminality as it relates to government official anywhere in the world. Not him, the Assad family them down in Syria. Wicked like Andrew Holness. Andrew a dog. People take it from melting pot. And him a good dog, him a old mongrel. With teeth for your chicken. I just have you wash your lip for your teeth and grab it gone. Let you be hungry Sunday evening. You think Andrew easy? Andrew Holness are one of the world most corrupted prime minister ever walk the face of the earth. And one of the most thiefingest prime minister ever walk the face of the earth. And the lionest man to set foot on God's planet.
Hey, you just cementing what you want with him, you know. Eh? Melting pot like you will want with him, you know.
No, man,
hey, the man forget Lynch, man.
Hey, Pat, in the night, I mean, I tell you some, you know, by one done reading, I will cut through this, and then I play man there, say, yo, man, alter the balance, you know, in favor of the black. It's a white man, white Jamaican, I tell you.
White man with a black heart. Eh? And look for Andrew Holness for black, have white heart.
Alter the balance in favor of the black and the poor, and that thing do for you, you know.
Of course.
And him tell the PSOJ 5 and them come. When you're reading 1986, in the times, I say, man, they are win. Say, I go must lose. But I say, I want them to him less now. Because
remember, say Michael Manley tell you, you know, say them can't erase that history, you know.
No.
Yeah, man.
Him tell you too. Him tell you. Hey, the man is a great philosopher, man.
You can't erase.
Because the man tell you, say you will never erase that history.
Exactly.
And him no care. I alter the balance in favor of the black and the poor.
Yes. You know, touch me because we are talking and we never even tune to so much thing. We never even look on the sugar land when force and buy and take them back from them. And then build the sugar, and have the co-op and then build the house. Them. Remember the workers, them
with the sugar worker, yeah.
Boy.
But not the same. But at the same land, Andrew want take Angie leaching.
You know, it Pernell Charles come take one.
And Pernell and JC Hutchinson thief.
Yes, yes.
Pernell and Pernell Charles, the 1,500 acre land. Donkey face JC Hutchinson, we want about the 1,400 acre land. We don't have a ramping business, you know. We want back the sugar land where Michael pay for. On a piece of germs, you know.
No,
see, I go buy land, do no.
Better.
See, I go buy land, do no. We not take land from Jamaican.
But let me show you something now. You see, the Trumper do when Trumper say more back. Him want do one for America. Everybody for do for them country. In Canada, you know, send for people so unless you advertise you want somebody to do a work. And you say you not find nobody in there because they have to think about Canadian first. Everybody put them people first.
Of course.
And they did do, you know. But if they just tweet with the big boy and go each up and laugh with them and say, no, not some of these people, them can't read and write. Them not have no house. Them not have nothing, no education, nothing. And then change that. And the money when forced by and like him thief it.
No.
28 bank account, them say that him wear bush jacket and dress.
Them not same dead poor.
Yes.
Them same dead poor, you know.
Yeah, he died poor. He died poor.
But the man dead with the man die with dignity. The man die with dignity. Me never call.
No.
Yeah. Not even a cent. You can call him name pan. He come with integrity legislation in the 70s. Manley. I pray them say if you have integrity and only honesty.
Right. True bad. Yes.
To where I lead. And then talk to the people them with true, you know, talk to them truthful and with respect. And talk to them as saying and reach out to them and I tell them, say, hey,
I remember one famous word.
Pat, all right.
One famous word where him said, no one with arrogancy will not lead in this party.
Yes. No, but go ask, nothing, Pat. Hold on there. You say something weird, will trigger something in my brain.
Yes.
You think of Michael Manley will ever more people feel listen to what I'm saying. You think of Michael Manley to show you how Michael Manley have respect for people. You think of Michael Manley would have lift up him foot and show him clocks and have people wipe it off?
No, I'm not that caliber person.
Prime Minister wife done that.
Yeah.
We shake the man on it now.
Hold up our foot.
Yeah. Beverly would never do that. Beverly Manley. will never do that.
Go farther than that.
Never ever do that.
Ivan, go farther than that. Me not see nobody in the PNP practice that.
No.
I go put on class and the one of them not see nobody in the PNP practice that what him do.
But well, I know you want to know how outrageous it look. All of them all big old nasty hardly star. Me no dead yet. We come down like matches stick now in a green class. Eh?
Not only that. Well, have you ever seen a PNP member of parliament tell us say, me named Killer Vaz and
no sir.
No sir.
What?
No sir. Right. I mean never hear no one from the PNP say a one done there.
Yeah. You ever see a member of parliament, a PNP member of parliament done that? More people
no.
History, you know. If you don't do the Google search and you did that, make you see.
No one call himself killer nothing. None call himself killer nothing a wife throat. But when Baz did that, you know, when Byron and Lonesome, when Baz do that, you know, sometimes them say something you put on some little thing, but you get the reality from it, you know. Because that was just a little entertainment thing around a Portland. But you know, she want to come show him dominance over Damien.
Yes.
Him come call himself, but him tell the people who him is. If it's killer bad, it's true. Him kill school picnic. Stop daylight saving time. This guy is not good for the society. I remember him don't stop it. Him still practicing it. Because when you have a guy who at the time when this occurred, nobody know him. Apart from a year said, Douglas Barr's son. Nobody know him. As far as I'm concerned, him non-existent at the time. Nobody know this guy. But him come 20 odd years after that. I say it tarnish him name. Eh? And him have to live through all these things. Let me tell you, if you not got 4 rules for no shit for you, for your name call you was within the vicinity and people saw you. Why them never call nobody else's name? And remember, you know, there were many more people who that type of scenario would have fit more than an affluent guy like you coming from a member of parliament home. As related to Douglas Vaz being your father. You weren't supposed to be in that vicinity, but you are a predator. The one out there rapist from when you're young. You rape and murder Diane Smith, the immaculate schoolgirl. No 2 ways about that Killer Vaz. That's why you've been haunted by our ghost till now. You know, see how you look. You know, see how you look. From them look for you, them see Diana Smith. You piece of shit, you. Boy, you're Killer Vaz. Eh? Look on you, we come itch up in our parliament. Where from your name call upon that in any other jurisdiction, you could enter politics. You could have never entered politics. Uncle Jamaica come and say, open up some gateway for some nastiness like Uno, but not politician. From your name calling on the Diane Smith scenario, you could have never been a politician anywhere else in the world. You're a piece of shit. And we know you didn't do the act. I don't know why I'm pinning it on a little man like Shorty. Eh? Because you have ego from long time. You're a predator. You're a pedophile. You rape people and kill them. And come and chat off your thinking mouth boy your name Killer Vaz. Look on you. Eh? And you can't kill the fish where you have round you. Another man have here kill it for you. Boy, you're Killer Vaz. Go swim in a Blue Lagoon and take your blue pill, man. That's why you capture Blue Lagoon from Portlanders. You have a car, everything in your system now are blue, you know. Be a blue pill you're depend, you know. That's why you get help with the autism patient we have around there. The schizophrenic patient we have. You get help with the R. You piece of garbage, you. Don't come around and so come knock up yourself and go on like you're nobody. Because in a real life, you're not supposed to in a politics. You're not supposed to even enter the arena much less become a politician in a real life. You see the amount of prong with them all send you away. Why them send you away at the time? If you know say you're involved, why them send you away? Eh? Why when you turn a big man now you get all wave upon visa? You know, say you're not done with the nasty living, man. You can't done with it, you know. Because that little schoolgirl ghost still haunt you today. Still haunt you. Anytime you hear the Titans talk about it, your countenance change. Because remember, you know, Bob tell you say the truth's an offense, but it's not a shame. You understand? And when the truth lick you, you know, you have to feel the pain. We know where you're going with. A lot of people know. But for some reason, people allow you to administrate in the political arena. And that should have never happened. I yield back the floor.
All right.
Brother, me know say the time I running out, because we know me knock over 3 of them things then. I tell you say me play sermon day in a night when I say alter the balance and now me just humble in my head, and it just it give me a humble mood, you know. For know,
yeah, man.
You see the thing with us read Byron?
Yes.
The article in a 1975, May 75 article. Them I try to push man and talk about, you know, this and that. And I'm sure say him love where am I doing? Him that a one party I think about, and I say them think me maybe move to the far right. No, him tax the luxurious thing them, and then him make them pay more. And then him come down this and him tell him alter the balance in favor of the black and the poor. And he just me go in a little thing and say, oh, you take a man like this and say mash up a place and you own this. Anyone on the evil, so better.
Well,
Just
what that goes to show is the
Manley.
Yeah, the persist evil of the Jamaica Labour Party.
I mean, evil, brother.
Holding the country backward, right? Yes. Because in terms of what Michael Manley wanted was to do is to really move the nation forward, right? And, you know, bring about progress as it relates to Jamaican people. But obviously here we are today, right, still struggling with the demons, because we have the demons as a part of our political system, which is the Jamaica Labour Party. And as a result of, I would say, ignorance, not knowing the truth, right, people voted Andrew Holness in. And that is one of the reasons why when I started, I said, you know, majority of Jamaicans right now, they feel that they were politically ambushed. Politically ambushed.
They were Byron, for real.
Yeah. Because if you look at it, melting pot, in terms of, you know, why people move towards Andrew Holness, right, coming out of, you know, certain stringent austerity measures, right, and policies that formulate. People did not really understand what really transpired prior to Portia Simpson getting in.
Byron.
Yes.
Yes, you want me to talk to the PNP again, because the PNP do real work and they work from them heart. You hear people?
Yes.
They talk, so you show we're eating and talk, but some listen, man, then they just go on.
Yeah.
See what we are talking. That's what I tell them, you know. Me tell them all the while, notice me never win on this, when I phone and I have nothing to give me, you know. When me there, so in months to me, so there you up, I make bag of money and them things that keep some big show and make money. We don't just push out the best, you know. We keep it to make more money. See? Instead of when they ask to show them something. This is where I'm used. Andrew Holness was the last prime minister before Portia Simpson win. She take it from him in that state.
And he was in Bruce cabinet. He was also in Bruce cabinet.
I use that panel, I want to buy it.
He was also in Bruce cabinet.
Then Byron. Yeah. Then Byron and Lonesome, you know, so I same thing Andrew Holness I do. It's a broke country, Maggie Market G, you know. It's a broke country, at the same thing. I've been saying it all along. One party bill, one destroy. Right now, Jamaica broke. So I know when Market G get it, you know. Market G I get a shell. Yes. But me just make Jamaican people know from now. We no bother with the foolishness after 5 years we talk about. We not about nasty thinking Andrew Holness party again. You know. No bother with that.
You know.
It's time to look to the future.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
and look long term. Not a short term future, not 5 years. Because Mark Golding will be getting a country that has no money in its reserve. Nothing. No local infrastructure to help with its economy. Nothing is there.
Yes,
what Mark Golding will inherit is a country that heavily relies on service commission and remittance.
No, you may build back.
So now have to give him time to build that.
Listen, brother, man, we see man build this and Mark and now 2025. So we know Mark will build that. Mark
he will build it. Just need time.
That's a book back. And I like people listen up. So now Amanda will build it. Yes, Byron.
The essence of this, in terms of when you bring up a Mark Golding and an Andrew Holness, right? And you try to understand both leaders. Number one, Andrew Holness is not a businessman per se.
No.
Prior to venture into the politics, right? He didn't have any business. So people need to get that in their idea. Andrew Holness was not a businessman.
No.
Now, if you look at Mark Golding, right? I mean, out of his own brain and creativity, right? Created successful business. And I want to point out, right, as it relates to Mark Golding's succession, right, in terms of Mark Golding businesses, right? Never have a business that failed. So here you are, that you have someone with a track record,
proven,
right, of prosperity, good decision-making process as it relates to his businesses, right? And all his businesses became profitable to him because of good policies and good decision-making. So the history that you have a Mark Golding who is a successful businessman. Andrew Holness did not have one business. And so then when you have a Mark Golding, right, who make it out of his businesses, and here you have Andrew Holness came into the political environment. And today you have an Andrew Holness that is partially 3 or 4 times richer than a Mark Golding. People need to ask a question.
I think you've been generous.
Yeah, it is not.
I think you've been generous.
But
I think you've been about 10 times richer, Mark G.
All right. What is now melting pot? It is not like Andrew Holness have real company. The companies that Andrew Holness mixed up with, they are shell companies. Shell companies. So people need to understand these things, you know. The level of criminality. The level of criminality is a lot of bleeding going as it relates to the social soul of Jamaica. But so when you hear Andrew Holness talking about, you know, struggling for the mines,
Battle of the mind. Battle of the mind.
Yeah, battle of the minds. It goes to show you that this man, Andrew Holness, trust me, is the centerpiece of Satanism.
Yeah, man.
The centerpiece.
And that's that.
100%. He's not just ordinary evil. What people need to understand, Andrew Holness is just not an ordinary evil. He's 100% pure evil.
Let's say.
And so then we look at that.
100% pure evil.
Hey, Byron, the way same coming like pure honey with evilness. 100%. Or pure white rum. Him dangerous to chew, Byron. Him dangerous.
Is what you call 24 karat gold. Fully gold. 24 karat gold.
Yeah, man.
100% pure evil. Yeah. Is Andrew, and this is no joke.
Yes.
Now, when I look at the whole thing and the whole mess, right? If you notice, Melting Pot and Wayne, all of the spin machine who defend Andrew Holness, you will understand that, okay, why are you defending Andrew Holness? When you look, you realize that, oops, watch here, Big Mama owe $1 billion in tax revenue. So obviously, it's the reason as to why he's defending Andrew Holness.
Yes.
Now, when I look at Chopper John,
yeah,
I wonder why the reason Chopper John defending Andrew Holness. Well, Chopper John, right, is the project manager for Western
benefit
Hospital, and of course on the board, right, as it relates to the school board. So you know that, okay,
yes. Oh,
yes, he's 100% directly eating from the trough.
Yes.
And so then, okay, when you look on Keisha Mark, then you realize that Keisha Mark end up in the next mess where Keisha Mark now they eat from the trough, and then people can say, oh, right? Now, when you look on why Titans defending the People's National Party, when you look on Lonesome is somebody who stands alone. Man is a producer, right? Like myself. The man stand alone as it relates to a self-made businessman. Right? And so then don't need no dime, no contract. You understand? PNP don't give him no contract.
Not like that.
Nothing at all. So you know that, okay, Wayne Lonesome, you understand, is defending this with his heart, soul, mind, and body. No contract, no title. Wayne Lonesome.
Nothing.
Let us look at a melting pot.
Okay.
When you look at a melting pot don't get no contract. You understand? No. Number one, People's National Party is not the party in power. You understand what I say? So there's no contract given to Melting Pot, right? So then you know the Melting Pot is strictly Manleyites, like Wayne Lonesome, who is defending truth and rights and the Jamaican people. You understand? Through the true love of democratic socialism. What is right?
Definitely.
Forward. Now, when I look on a Mystic Sensation, right? My wife is a nurse, right? We shot her salary alone is over 100,000 a year, right? Me, as a certified investigators, you understand, dealing with several inventory audit, you understand, again, in terms of what we are pulling in, we don't have to come here, so. What we do totally love. I mean, not getting no. Am I getting any contract? No.
No.
Am I operating any site?
No.
Put on it no. So if we did look some money, remember, you know, we can't go keep two things and we come up with how much extra amount of money we lose that we sit down here. So because we do human rights activists work and do a lot of things, right?
Yes.
And we have to straighten that, you know. Remember, you know, if we didn't look money then, when Nigel Clark come call me, you know, in the buy we out. And then I said to them, you want
Yeah, man.
come tell them,
You know, some I work to me.
So we are strictly Manleyites.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
We fight for country and love for our people. I want to see the progress.
Yes.
You understand?
I let me tell the people them this. You see, we there so as Titans, we are big man. And we are come from a period when Jamaica was the place to live. Paradise. We know the intricacy of Jamaica. Yeah? So we have an idea what our country should have been today. And when we see the country lagging behind and a rub shoulder with the 80, we don't feel pleased about that. I remember we know the reason why we are lagging behind and rubbing shoulder with the 80. It's corruption. And let me tell you, me don't believe Sir Andrew Holness supposed to come and thief so much Jamaican taxpayers' money where they work hard to put in the coffin to run the country.
He's a criminal.
He's not supposed to, I mean, I don't care who wants to say what they want to say. Because Andrew not different from nobody else. You understand? I remember Andrew having police them and shoot the youth them, you know. For less than what him are doing, you know, and I call them criminal and all these things. And Andrew are the biggest criminal in the Western Hemisphere as it relates to the Caribbean basin.
That is what makes
you understand? So when Andrew come out and I wash out him thinking mouth and get to people youth them, and I call them criminal, and I say 15-year-old radam, and all them narrative that come from this piece of garbage mouth. Remember, you know, are the mastermind we are looked upon in Andrew Holness for criminality.
True.
The mastermind. Not even the Assad family, them down in a Syria thief like Andrew. Not even the Taliban, them stay like Andrew. What Andrew Holness do to Jamaican, it will go down in folklore history. Remember me tell you belting pot.
But it is true.
It cannot be challenged and it will not be surpassed because we will make sure that will never happen again.
Man, dangerous, man, Andrew.
We are setting the trend that this type of activity and behavior from Jamaican politicians will never happen again in Jamaica history. And just like Michael Manley said, I make no apology when I say it. Because the work that we are doing here is not just for this period, but it shall prolong into the period of generation to come. Any government who take the seat and feel like them can commit corruption, come, because we have a whole lot accountable. And there are many more students who is admiring the work that we are doing and will be sitting in these hot seats when we leave the space. So it will be a continuation process until them get rid of internet. As long as internet is there, you will have youth to come and do what we are doing. So Andrew Holness legacy will not be surpassed in history because there will never be another one to commit the type of atrocity and the level of criminality we Andrew Holness carry out in Jamaica. What a man lie, what a man thief, what a man deceitful to him one people, them the electorate them on con and trick. I will vote for him, the man trick them again. The man trick them again. Him trick them in a way, them knife, now woof them, him say, I chest them now. Done with draft. Yes, brother, I chest him a play.
Listen.
That means I show him level of skill, expertise for thief where him have. What him feel like. We can't catch up with him. Andrew, you are baby to it.
All right.
You are baby to the Titans and the Titans have your file.
And him need
yeah? Okay.
Oh, it is.
Take it over, brother.
Yeah, man. So with Andrew on this time, I don't know. Andrew take off all his shoes and walk in the water for trick people, you know. For vote, you know. And they have the gift, him have the gift of the
Give a gap.
And then you know, him play upon the people them can't. I'm at for you go up a university, you know, go study nothing. You go study political science.
Yes.
You have to trick the people them. You want to check out them move. So the little science thing, them check out the people them and when them respond to and them say, right, we can play upon the one. All right, them say shoes, him wear it. No other prime minister do what you do. Just look what you do. That ain't no prime ministership. No morals, not all about you. Eh? You come in, you look, you have everything you can, the IC. But after you want, you know, with your one mouth, say up to the opposition. To load the IC, make them good them job. Then you come talk good about the IC because you that chip in the same political science thing where them go teach you. It chip in, so if you talk good about somebody, me ease up them there, not look on your investigator. That you try to play upon the people, you know. That you try to play upon them, and who you can buy out, and that's wrong. Remember, you know, you drop in a remote, but we are trying to kick you out, and we don't want to kick you in a thing, the mystic month either, but we have to get you out of a month. Because
Hold on, man. Hold on, let me say something. Let me say something. Let me say something, my brother. Let me say something. Because remember, you know, if we can do maths, you know, 52 weeks, make a year, and 4 weeks, make a month. So if you divide 4, if you do 4 into 52, you get 13, you know. You see that month that went on name, just give Andrew Holness that, you know, brother.
Like 13 months.
Just give the 30 month, the donkey month.
13 months. Give me 13 months.
Yeah, give the 13 month, man.
13 months for man still, so
yeah,
I'm just. But I drop on, so we just have to give him the month and just change up the calendar because.
No, you can't find a name for the 13 month, you know, and make him know say Andrew the month or your month, you know.
Just the name the Lion month, man.
Well, you can't give it. Yeah, you can't name the month there. Because if we do the math, you know, 52 divided by 4 equal 13, but we're going to use 12 months. So give him a call and find a name for the month alone, son. Nobody mix him up in another month, brother.
No, the lie this month, we don't give another name.
All right. Call it the lie this month. Him born at the lie this month.
Yeah, just the lie this month. Yeah, you know, but we have to take him out of the month. I'm dangerous, you know.
No, him can't end at the 7 month, man. You're mad, man. I mean, I like him near to me. Me don't like him so close to me either.
That me I tell you, man, we have to move him, man.
Because this man a virus, you know. This man a virus when it comes to criminality, you know.
Dangerous, you know, I'm just smooth eye, like, you know, the girl let's sing smooth operator, you know. And I show my one, you know, I'm just trick the people, them. If them say bloom, just work with that way, me ever work. The other day, the youth, them do some little thing when them, that car, when look him starting about him, a blow, him take it up. Because they want you move with that flow, them study the people, them move, you know. So him use it against them, and you know, enough for them a little bit. So him use it against them all the time. Him play, him use that, him go there, go study, you know. To play upon them ways. And him too lie, brother. He live in a one room. And look at him fool, him just stick to the one room and then go on the next pulpit because he live in a two. Then I must put them together, man. No,
yeah, man.
Eh?
I like this thing, man. I like this thing. I mean, you know, kudos to you coming up with something that fit this guy perfectly. Because me, I tell you, brother. From me a year, man, I tell lie. Me never hear man tell lie as bare face. And you tell lie bare face, you know.
Dangerous.
Dangerous guy.
And then him
dangerous.
Push. Me never see man there do this. Me never see nobody else do this. That's him cut the most women, you know.
I tell you, man.
Go out and say my work. Yeah, them tell lie about him, the doctorate. When you look him at doing the doctorate, them buy one from down there, so when they put him in something.
Yeah.
And then wait him when they cool out and then put it on pan him. Eh?
Well, in terms of, you know, everything that we are doing, right? It is a very serious mission that we are on, right? In terms of we want to ensure that Andrew Holness face the judiciary.
Yeah, man.
I know two ways about this, right? We want to ensure that Andrew Holness face the judiciary. All what Andrew Holness is doing, right, in terms of, you know, promising this and doing all of that and He's going to Montego Bay. He's going to look here. Let me tell you, Andrew Holness, you can visit the 14 parishes, right? As much as all you want to visit. Jamaican people then close your account. Your account is closed. And it simply means that what we are anticipating for is for you
clean sweep.
Paula Llewellyn tenure, right, is coming to an eye. And trust me, we have already got rid of one of your protective agents. We have gotten rid of the corruption prosecutor. And we thank God for that. Right? And so then, Father God have a special way to beat you. Because Father God is going to show you how slowly and surely your chains of defense will be taking its time, you understand, to definitely separate from you. And then you must face the people judgment. Now,
after
to tell you how cruel this man is, knowing to the fact that him, Andrew Holness, Mark Croskery, and you Croskery, look an icon in Jamaica. People, let me tell you how hurtful it is. How hurtful it is. And anybody who vote for Andrew Holness is telling the world that he or she agrees with Andrew Holness and Mark Croskery and you Croskery to steal the black man money. Now, what me look at it now is how hard Usain Bolt have to do in earn what he had earned. The amount of sacrifice, the amount of losing his bed rest, the sleepless nights, the tiling, the preparation. And you're going to tell me you have two big old dirty white sitting. You Croskery and Mark Croskery.
Yeah.
Just sit with Andrew Holness. Conniving beast, piece of shit them. For all of the hard work what you do. And other investors. Because not Bolt alone. I am only speaking to Bolt as it relates to what he had done for Jamaica.
Right.
So I am speaking in tandem of all investors who had lost money.
But I like in
So we have
both.
an icon. And when we look, he is now saying, the system is now saying that, okay, we are only going to give them back some 2 pence and 8 because we know so they never want it. So then, indirectly, we're not going to give them anything. So when you decide to say, okay, all right, you're going to look at the investors and you have $72 million to give them back. You look at the level of audacity. You look at the level of, it's just like you're saying to Bolt, as a matter of fact, you don't deserve to have what you have. This is what you deserve to have. Now, Andrew Holness, you are saying this, Andrew Holness. You, Mark Croskery, and you, Croskery, and Gene and Pantan. And let me say something here. So, fam, let me say something here.
Yeah.
Because anybody who believes that Gene and Pantan mustn't go to prison, you make a sad mistake. Gene and Pantan supposed to pass fucking prison. Excuse my language.
No, man, go and meet it, man.
She conspire with them.
Yeah.
Gene and Pantan has been conspiring with them from way back, as in 2010.
All right.
As in 2010, Gene and Pantan. When I look at the level, so Gene and hey, look. Let me just let it go because.
Let me say something with that.
And then.
Well, I'm my brother. Let me just say something to that. So Gene and Pantan, she wrote them use her as an underdog. And I don't know joke about it. She don't have the money do you know. Them get food for them. But she knows she don't tell police or tell somebody from long time. She did it. And that's why she not the position, you know. Because that's the right in a Byron.
Yes.
She have no apartment, she don't have nothing.
She not really have nothing.
She do not have nothing. She a idiot, you know. She make the man they use her. She, you know, say, me da give her immunity. I know me da give her immunity if she do her, she tell me the truth. Everybody and everything from Andrew. Because she know everything in a Byron.
She know.
But do it, they might kill her in a Byron.
Them can't kill her.
If she give me Andrew Holness and give me the whole of because she know everything was going on. Because she run the man 25 years. Me shouldn't even have said this as a maybe them do it like Kevin Smith. Because they might have said, yo, when him say him have him arc, I want them from a move. And tomorrow you say Gene Panther dead from heart attack.
But lonesome. Them can't touch Gene and Panther, you know. No, you know why? It's that raise suspicious more upon them. Suspicion rather.
What may I say? Them kill Kevin Smith and tell lie. And you know what them do? What me tell you, them do it. What me tell you something? No, me not pass them by when I lie. Kevin Smith knows something true. Now you when him say Pharaoh, you know what? Who sent him? Them inject him, them kill him first. Him not.
Indeed, no strike 5 cent fee, man.
Exactly. Yes, when them take him out, him not come watch what that. So me talk about the white van that kit. They move it from the police station. You know that's the other day. So the man gonna foreign. I know him not go hospital. Him not make no claim. If the police when he pan them or the police trying them to lock him up or nothing. And then them sacrifice one police. You know what?
Yeah, man.
He said the DPP say oh, he molest a boy in Canada and if they get 6 months. What that have to do with me? Is that why them kill him?
Yeah.
So do like all right. Say president get 26, 23, well 20 years him get? No, 23 years, right? President from Tivoli. No, them that give him too much years and then cut it down, you know, because me know it's a deal that you know. So one Gene and Panther a deal in a better. But she forgive it even catches bully she forgive up to, you know. She know every single thing we're going in there, so you know. Why you think them let her out and them not get bail by around? But you well other people get bail.
Wayne, me have some things what I'm going to reveal tomorrow. And let me tell Jamaica this.
Yes.
Because we have the intel.
Yeah, of course.
We know, say, Mark Crosscarry still there Jamaica.
Yeah, man.
Mark Crosscarry. We know say still there Jamaica.
Of course.
And here what happen now? We are going to make sure, say, the pressure, right, turn up a notch. Because we know say you're still there Jamaica.
Him dead man.
We know say you're still there Jamaica. But we are sure the level of corruption as it relates to the system making sure that Mark Crosscarry and you Crosscarry not being charged. But we are left it. We're
not tomorrow. You what them do again now? You say if the people them encourage Byron, you want to encourage the people them this. You see, the 70 million with them say them have figure you Jamaican, like around how much US around they have couple US they forgot around 500,000 US, right? Somewhere around this, right? Around 500,000 US. No, don't forget 12.7 million US, not 500,000. The woman put 60 million. The money they come in like fair money. You know why they do that, Iran? If you take the money, no, you can't go lock them up in there. You have to carry them up.
No, because you already accept.
Do not take 1 cent from
them.
Do
not take the money.
You know, so let them go, brother.
Yeah. Yes. Don't take the money from them.
And that's what
unless them are going back on the right amount of money. Don't make this criminal government come in a long run and a bribe, you know.
Yeah,
with accept no money. when I measure up to one invest. Because Bolana Byron, this Castry guy has been doing it from in the 90s.
Yeah.
So he's not a first offender. He's not a first offender. He's a re-offender. And this is why the law must take its course with this nasty Castry guy and his son. So if Andrew Holness and him administration want to protect him, let them continue. When the new party form the next government and them take office, member knows a Castry and his son have to turn in themselves. They have to turn in themselves.
We getting some information.
Yeah.
Roughly about 2 hours ago. You know.
Yes.
So we're gonna deal with certain situation because yeah.
Yeah, man. But Byron, as I said before, you have some people you have to deal with because the big boys them we want so we know if you have people from in there and them have an insight and them want the business, you have to do it like when the FBI do, you go for the bigger boys, them and you cut deal. But them won't leave this woman for do a 2 interview, make the eagle interviewer, you know. Then like her up from the other day, show me a chat and I know. But the eagle will find ways. And that German did tell me, you know, my Byron, if them not go away, I remember I tell them, say if them not move, we will find other ways to run the thing. The eagle will find ways to reach in there and talk to her. Because let me tell you this. Me and Mark Wolin, Sir Mark Wolin said, he gonna make sure run that. And that them here too, you know. He said if them pay nobody buy one, if me and you and Belton part of money and them give you a part of that. Or them are get charged you go now. You have a lawsuit, them no man do all kind of things because them start
them start pay back.
And tell them don't take no money. That's not money. That is just a thing to keep them off and say yes. You can't.
But let's go. Just go say one thing.
Yes.
I make some people understand what I mean. Now, if two men plan to rob a bank and they carried out their plan and ending up rob the bank, and after robbing the bank and they had been exposed that they robbed the bank, you return the money to the bank, doesn't change the fact that you have robbed the bank.
No. You have
robbed the bank.
Yes.
I want people to get that and get in terms of what I'm saying.
Yeah, you robbed the bank.
All right.
You robbed the bank. Yeah, man. Anyway, brothers, we see what time run up and thing, you know, so when you know people that tell us tonight, I worries, man.
I tell you.
Yeah, man, I worries, man. You know, I Titans and Andrew Holness, we notice you don't want to call election, you want to run out at the 2 months and 3 months and thing and make the thing. And that's for sure you how you're worried now. You say if you walk up and down a country, you feel go away. Nobody know like you feel go away, man.
Exactly.
You get on top of your nerves now, you feel go away and stop telling people them run about what, sir. Stop it.
And one more thing. Nobody nowhere in our diaspora to get into no money. Please and thanks. I echo the sentiment one more time this week. Don't give him the money.
None at
him a pata cat.
Brothers.
All right, my brother. Respect. Yeah, yes, my brother. Bless.
Titans, more two way about it. One